Hello?
Hello. Hi, Supervisor Ellenberg.
Hey, Rhonda, how are you today?
Good, thanks. How are you?
You know, another day in COVID land.
Yeah.
Hey, Rhonda,
Yes.
let's try that again. I didn't like my answer, and Sergio Jimenez has started greeting every meeting with a very different message that I think sets a better tone.
All right, let's try this.
We're going to start it all over.
All right. Good afternoon, Supervisor Ellenberg.
Good afternoon, Rhonda. How are you today?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Today is the best day ever.
I like it.
All right, now I'm fired up, ready to go.
Good. Hello.
I'm sad that I don't have clapping hands in this webinar.
I'm going to go with that.
Hi, Miguel.
Hi, good afternoon, Rhonda. How are you?
Doing well, thank you. How are you?
I'm doing okay. Thanks for
Good.
asking.
Hello, Rhonda.
Well, good afternoon, Supervisor Wasserman.
I'm not a half hour early today too, am I?
No, you are 2 minutes early.
Okay,
You are the first to arrive.
alrighty. Yesterday I got on Hewlett a half hour early.
Ah, well, thank
That's nice.
you for always being so prompt.
You betcha.
Good afternoon, Supervisor Chavez.
Hello. I'm going to ask if my colleagues are on. They can turn on their screens. It would help us know how many folks were here and if we were ready to go. Tony, it's good to see you all in one piece. Thank you for the amazing work.
You too, much appreciated.
So I'm going to give our colleagues just a minute. I know that there's a lot happening in the world. So let me just say, as we get our meeting in order, and I'm going to ask supervisors, one of my colleagues, if they can just text and see where folks are. That way we know if they're wrapped up in fire. Hello. So Supervisor Simidian is trying to join now. And Mike, any luck with Dave?
No, I didn't know. I will contact Dave right now.
Thank you. And just, I want to, because I know we have some folks from the public already signing on. And just for my colleagues, what we're going to do is we're going to, after we do our roll call and the Pledge of Allegiance, I'm just going to ask if we can get an update from staff on the fire. I think that's just important, and we've got people listening, and I'd like to do that. Then we'll go to public comment, and then we'll go over to item 154, which is to get reports and also there may be some action in there, and I just want to be sensitive to that. Then we'll take 155 all together in one fell swoop. So we'll take public comment, 154, and then 155 all together. Just to let everybody know, if you'd like to speak on public comment, this would be the time to begin raising your hand as we get the meeting started. And I will then go to the clerk. Did you say, oh, we have a blue hand up. Yes, Supervisor Wasserman.
Thank you. I did it right.
Yeah, you did both.
Just because of the week that we're in with the fire, Madam Chair, and if County Council doesn't have any objection, I wondered if we could do 154 fire first and let them go before public comment. I don't have any idea if you have 10 public comment or if you have 30.
We have quite a lot, and but we would have to take public comment on 154 anyway.
Okay.
Yeah, so
I would invite all that now if it's allowed and with your permission.
I would have to ask James that question. James, could you give some thought to that while we take the roll call and the Pledge of Allegiance? James, did you hear his question?
Yes, you can actually take just public comment only on the wildfire issue and hear that item and then go to general public comment.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's not, I don't know that is super more helpful for people because we've got quite a lot of folks signed in. But let me give some thought to that. May I ask for a roll call vote?
Supervisor Ellenberg,
I'm here.
Roll call, sorry. Thank you.
Supervisor Simidian,
Simidian, aye.
Supervisor Cortese,
Is this roll call for presence or roll call
Yeah,
for?
it is. I misspoke. Sorry, Dave. It's just.
Okay, I heard some ayes and such. Okay, present, I'm here.
thanks very much. Vice President Wasserman,
Simidian, present.
Here, present.
did I miss Simidian? I apologize. President
No.
Chavez.
Yes, I'm here. We're all five of us are here.
Thank
I'm
you.
going to ask for those who are able, please stand and join Supervisor Wasserman in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you, Madam President. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States
States of America,
and to the
to the
republic
republic for which it stands,
one
one
nation,
nation,
under
under
God,
God,
indivisible,
indivisible,
liberty and
with
justice.
liberty and justice for all.
So just to be clear, on item 154, there are a number of items under that section. And I believe that let me ask Tony just for a minute. Tony, were you here at because I'd asked for the wildfire preparedness and planning item to be placed in this section for information for the staff?
I'm here to answer any questions related to that, should you have any.
Okay. So if I could ask staff, if it's possible for us just to take item 154, and I'm not sure how to handle, how the staff will handle public comment on this particular item, but let me just tell my colleagues what my objective was with this. So I'm going to take 154 now only on the section relative to the wildfire preparedness. And then I'm going to ask the staff to help figure out how we address the folks who've signed up to speak under public comment, but not on item 154 and just this section. So to my colleagues, the reason that I'd asked for this report to be put in front of you is that in 2019, actually 2018, I had asked for a referral to take a look at our wildfire preparedness. And the staff did a phenomenal job of explaining what their needs were going to be and what we anticipated at that time our needs were going to be for to protect the community against particularly wildfires. The reason I wanted this in front of you today was, one, unfortunately, some of what the staff predicted actually has come to pass. And one of them was the incredible strain on mutual aid and our staff's recognition that that strain would require us to purchase equipment for our own region, and to potentially look at doing much more relative to prevention. So the reason I wanted this to come to us today is that I was interested in re-agendizing this. It's got a general fund price tag, which at the time this came back to the board, the staff, our executive staff recommended that we not use general fund dollars for, at that time, for an investment. But I actually think this is something that the board will need to discuss at a full board meeting to be able to dive into this concurrent to a couple of audits that will be coming to the board. So I really just wanted to make sure this was in the staff's packet. I mean, in all of your packets. I was going to move that we agendize this since the work is already done for a board meeting, but wanted to make sure that the public and all of you had a chance to see it and digest it, so that we could talk about this in the month of September. That was my objective with this particular document. So with that, I would want to see if there's any comments that that Chief Bowden or Dr. Smith would like to make. Then I will come back to the board for feedback and input, and then we can go to the public if there's any members of the public who would like to speak on this item. So Chief Bowden, you're on mute.
Thank you. A little tired. Yes, thank you, Madam President. I appreciate you bringing this back up. It is an important discussion, and I'm very happy to be a part of it for the board. I think since you're looking at having a full discussion on it at a future meeting, then I will reserve some time and save my comments and unless there's any specific questions for me today until that future meeting.
Thank you. Dr. Smith, is there any comments you wanted to make?
No, I would just save comments until a future meeting.
Thank you. And because all the reports done, when I say future meeting, I mean like our next board meeting, because the documents are done. I just, again, wanted to sunshine them because they have a significant price tag. Supervisor Cortese and then Supervisor Simidian.
Yeah, Supervisor Chavez, just because of my awareness of the audits you kind of quickly referred to, I don't know how many of the board members have looked at those, but they've been teed up to come to FGOC soon. And I just wanted to clarify in the context of budget only, this is a budget discussion, when you say that you'd like, potential budget augmentation or that discussion to come back from a general fund standpoint, I know one of the inferences that was pretty easy to draw from the audit was that continued consolidation would in and of itself generate greater capacity in terms of dollars within the Central Fire District. I think the district has been reduced from, 9 agencies or maybe more than that down to about 4 now. And as we all know, they've had their own self-sustainable budget for the most part. So I just wanted to clarify that whatever we get back should have the options, the alternatives of general fund versus other efficiencies, be it consolidation, for example. And again, I wanted to also clarify with you. You talked, you alluded to the at least audits, plural, and I just want to make sure that the administration comes back with all of that. So we're not just sitting there looking at an up and down decision on whether or not general fund money is required, especially at a time like this when I think it's a very emotional time dealing with the wildfire situation. Thank you.
Yeah, and Supervisor Cortese, I think the audits are coming back to FGOC this next week, if I'm correct. Is that accurate?
They were deferred to this next meeting, and they should be on that agenda. I think that agenda was just published, so we can double check that.
Thank you. Supervisor Simidian?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The one request I would make is that after the district audits are heard, at FGOC, that they also be heard at Hewlett, Housing, Land Use, Environment, and Transportation. The audit process, of course, does call for any and all audits, regardless of subject matter, to go through FGOC. So I understand why that's the first port of call. That being said, the subject matter of these two audits is fire, which is properly within the jurisdiction of the Housing, Land Use, Environment, and Transportation Committee. That committee, I believe, Supervisor Wasserman has us scheduled the next meeting on September 17th, which would mean the two audits could come through the committee at that time, and then land on our board agenda on September 22nd, keeping the conversation in September as you had asked, if that's agreeable with Supervisor Wasserman.
I may ask that we'll look at the September meetings, but I do want to say that there may be some more emergent actions that need to take place as I think about this. I think after FGOC, what I'd like to do is ask staff if some part of the fires report that does not deal with the audits, by the way, just to decouple that for a moment. I don't want anybody to be frightened that it won't go to their committees and they won't get a chance to really dive into it or be concerned about that. But there may be some urgent investments that need to be made. And so after FGOC, I would like to ask that Dr. Smith work with county fire to make sure that at least the first pass at the report that the board has already seen is back to the board on September the 1st. So that's when I'd like it to come back. And then supervisors, I think that makes sense, that any components of this that address the audits could come back to us at the September 22nd meeting.
And Supervisor Chavez, presumably any discussion of consolidation would also be part of the audit conversation. I just want to be clear.
I'm sorry if I did not say that crystal clear. That's what I meant to say 3 sentences ago.
And since we're talking about it, I think both you and Supervisor Cortese know, and I appreciate the courtesy of delaying the audit consideration to the meeting in August. I've been working closely with the fire district in District 5 that was subject to one of the two audits, and really do feel like we've been able to make some good progress working with staff and with local folks. So I just don't want that opportunity to address some of these issues to get lost in the process. And I appreciate the willingness to agree to the September 17th hearing. If that's, I still want to make sure with Mr. Wasserman before we let this issue go that that's good with him.
Yep, that's the date.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Appreciate that.
Thank you. I'm also going to ask that from the Finance Government Operations Committee, any recommendations that come out of that board are formally shared with the other committee, so that you have all the information that you need as you deliberate in September. So this would come back to the board of Supervisors on September 1st. I would ask that staff look for those areas that are emergent, and especially since we're not going to be out of fire season, and that if there are areas that can be considered at a later date, that the staff make recommendations relative to that as well, but that the full report come to the board for consideration. Tony, I don't want to keep you guys today, which is why I am moving it to September, since hopefully on that day we'll be in a different situation. Supervisors Simidian and Cortese, did you have any other comments? Just your hands were up. So Supervisor Simidian?
No, thank you, ma'am. That is the raised blue hand from my earlier request.
Got it. All right. Are there any members of the public who would like to speak just on the fire item? And is there any way for the staff to know the answer to that?
I'm watching public comment requests drop after that announcement. So maybe we can give people a minute.
Yeah, and then we'll give them time to get back on. I appreciate the confusion. I'm very sorry to the public. So please only have your hand up if you want to speak on just the single fire item. Firefighting only.
Looks like we're hovering at 5.
Okay, let's take those. And if you want to speak on another, if you want to speak on public comment or on another item, please lower your hand now. And if not, then we'll talk to you about firefighting. All right, thank you.
Great. Our first speaker is Carlos Montoya. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
I'm sorry, I was not trying to speak on the fire issue.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank
We'll
you.
lower your hand and come back to you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Galaxy A01. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking. A01.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. This is Blair Beekman. I have a new phone. I had some sound quality issues with my phone for the past few weeks. Hopefully you can hear me okay. I'm really sorry about this fire situation. I called in during public comment a few times in May and June, and I don't know how, but I understood that what was going to be possibly happening this summer, and it is exactly happening, both on the west side and the east side. And thank you for your words, Supervisor Chavez, that you've been preparing all summer for an event like this to happen. And, that gave me some comfort. And I just wanted to call and just say hi at this time. It's a difficult time, and thanks for all your work, and good luck in how we move forward. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Cecilia Morales. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking. Cecilia Morales, if you could go ahead and unmute yourself. Great.
Yes. ¿Me oye?
Yes, we can hear you.
Mi nombre es Cecilia Morales y hablaba para que quitaran fondos a los sheriffs y a los fiscales para que le den más fondos a la comunidad o a los programas para cuando los presos salgan y tengan programas cuando ellos salgan para que no regresen para atrás. Pues todo así.
Good afternoon. This is the translation for Ms. Cecilia Morales. Hello, my name is Cecilia Morales, and I'm calling to urge you to shift away resources from the sheriffs and law enforcement and redistribute those funds to the community and for programs for people exiting the incarceration system. This concludes the translation. Thank you.
Thank you. So with that, we're going to then go back to, we don't need a vote or an action. Do we need an action to put this on the agenda, James?
No.
James, are we okay to, by unanimous consent?
Yeah, I think unanimous consent's fine to just put it on the future agenda.
Well, it's September 1st. It'll be heard on that agenda, and then it'll be heard, the FGOC and the Hewlett are going to hear the audits at a separate time, but we're going to hear the fire issue on September 1st. All right. Thank you very much. We're going to go then back to public comment. This is item 153. This is an opportunity to speak to anything that is within the purview of the committee, but not necessarily on the agenda. I recognize the agenda is a little confusing for folks, so if they want to speak now instead of waiting for 154 or 155, that's fine too, but we'd ask that you only speak once on a single topic. So we'll give everybody just a minute. I'm sorry I took you all off there, but as you understand, we want to make sure that our fire safety folks are able to go back out to work. What I was hoping to get while we're letting people sign up is to get from our staff just an update on the fire would be very helpful. And this is item 153 that people are signing up for public comment. Would James or Dr. Smith or Tony like to just give a brief update on the fire? And then Supervisor Wasserman, can you wait till after that report?
Yes, ma'am. I didn't have a chance to speak on the prior one. I just had a comment to make.
Hi, good
Did you want
afternoon.
an update?
Yeah, Tony's with us. Go ahead, Tony.
Okay,
Chief.
Tony, go for it.
Chief Bowden, sorry.
Okay, so we have the two complexes, the SCU Lightning Complex, which is the one on the east side of the county that is, were two fires, the Calaveras Zone fire and the Canyon fire. As of this morning, it looks like those two fires are beginning to merge together. I did see the report from James Williams out that puts it somewhere around 200,000 acres. That is not confirmed yet at this time. We do expect winds to continue to push that fire in a south east direction. We are concerned about a new weather pattern coming in at the end of the week with potential lightning coming in at the end of the week. So we're watching that. I did visit base camp today at the Santa Cruz incident, which is continues to grow as well. And at last report from CAL FIRE, 20 homes lost. We lost several of our members that work for County Fire, their homes as well. We do have equipment at that fire. I am very proud of this county right now. Local government from Santa Clara County has over 19 apparatus assigned to these fires. Typically, our maximum commitment is 15. We have over 20 overhead personnel, and we are trying desperately to get more equipment. Equipment is very lean. Resources are very lean. There was a request for out-of-state resources to come in, and we're looking forward to some relief from that perspective. The SDU fire over in Santa Cruz at this time is not threatening Santa Clara County's western border. It still shows to be somewhere around 4 miles away from the border, which runs around Skyline Boulevard. So that is good news on the west side, but the east side fire, the SCU Lightning Complex, continues to grow, and we expect it to get larger over the next several days.
Thank you, Chief, and thank all of your team for us. Please be safe. Supervisor Wasserman?
Thank you. I just wanted to say the same thing. Thank you, Chief, for being here. I know you haven't slept in a few days. Thank you for what you and all that you manage are doing, taking your life in your hands, and it's just an incredible profession, absolutely incredible. Thank you all also for whatever people you have disseminating the information. Please pass that on to CAL FIRE, Jake as well. I'm sure all of us do have just countless people, especially with our districts adjacent to where the fires are. I really appreciate the job that you've done, just absolutely Herculean. Thank you very much.
Supervisor Simidian and then Supervisor Cortese.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Chief, I'm guessing you're aware of the fact that a couple of days ago, a day or two ago, there was apparently a false alarm, an alert that went into portions of Santa Clara County suggesting an evacuation was in order. I know I got contacted by constituents in the Los Altos Hills area. And then shortly thereafter, my understanding is that it was essentially corrected. Quick shout out and thanks to Mr. Herzig for making himself available at 10 o'clock at night at a moment's notice. But could you help me and anyone else who's interested to understand what happened and whether or not this is something that may happen again? Because I know, that the last thing you need when you're trying to manage the real impacts is folks making life more complicated with, a bunch of movement suddenly underway that is, in fact, not called for. What's the situation and what's the future likely to hold for us, if you can assess that as well?
Sure, thank you, Supervisor Davidian. The alert that went out that you discussed was distributed through Santa Cruz County's Communications Center, and it went over the wireless emergency alerting system. We call it WIA, and that's the system that will hit the cell towers and hit a geographical area. Unfortunately, when they hit cell towers that are issuing a notice along a border, there can be bleed over, and there was a significant amount of bleed over through the cell towers. It was a mistake on the Santa Cruz County side. It was quickly fixed. You're right. County Office of Emergency Management, Gary Hersig, and addressed it fairly quickly, and we worked to get correct information out on the Santa Clara County side. But when you're dealing with cellular technology in those cell towers, sometimes you do get bleed over, and it is not completely refined to county lines sometimes, and that can happen.
Does that suggest the importance then, and this is a real question, Chief, not a rhetorical one, does that suggest the importance then of including location information in any alert in some form or fashion, so that if it goes to the wrong place, people can say that is or isn't me based on the location in the alert?
Yes, that is correct. And I do agree that that should be part of it. I think you had a little bit of a dynamic situation developing rapidly in Santa Cruz County, and they were trying to get the message out as fast as they could.
Yeah.
So I do understand that sometimes that can happen, but yes, you're correct. Information as to location is incredibly important in those messages.
And is this something, through the chair, is this something that by virtue of the technology as you described it, we should or could anticipate may well happen again, and people will do their level best, and hopefully provide location information, but entirely possible it'll happen again, and we should all just keep our eyes and ears open and then double check the information when the time comes?
If I could answer that, I would like to say two things. With understanding that there's not funding available for the wildland program back in April, we worked very hard to secure as much grant funding as we can. Santa Clara County Fire was able to secure a grant for the Zone Haven project. It is what I consider to be one of the #1 technology sprint projects that we needed in this county. And it is a evacuation mapping tool for the entire county of Santa Clara. That funding will be available this fall. We did receive the funding and the award, and that will effectively map out the entire county of Santa Clara, create consistent zones, create a public facing portal that the public can go to and visually get a map representation of where the warnings are, where the evacuations are, and really streamline and build consistency in our evacuation protocol in Santa Clara County.
Supervisor Simidian, you're on mute.
You would think by now I'd know better. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you both. My concern is, my concern is just that having received a false alert, that when folks get one that's for real in the future, they may be skeptical and not take the quick action that's necessary to save both life and property. So that's the thing I'd like us to keep back of mind. I wish the folks in Santa Cruz County well. I represented the area that's currently experiencing the worst of it during my time in the state Senate, and they've really taken a tough hit. But just going forward in terms of the alerts, I just think, as I say, every time there's a false alarm, it makes people a little less ready to move the next time, and that's a source of concern. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Cortese?
Yeah. Thank you, Supervisor Chavez. I'll let me add my thanks, Chief Bowden, and I won't go into great detail because you and I have been in enough contact, and as I have been with members of the EOC and even CAL FIRE because of the proximity of fires to East Side neighborhoods, East Valley neighborhoods. Certainly had a chance to go back and forth with President Chavez a little bit because our districts off and on have been in either evacuation warning areas or evacuation areas we understand that CAL FIRE is leading the charge in terms of those boundaries, in terms of notifications, in terms of really all the communications right now. And we know there's been some breakdowns and there's been some ambiguity, and we appreciate all the efforts to get that cleaned up. In the true spirit of mutual aid, it seems like you're going above and beyond the call of duty to step in and try to, not only you, but our county executive and the rest of the EOC team to try to say, look, Santa Clara County will do as much self-help as possible to try to communicate with people, get the word out, and take a very even-tempered, calm approach to what is obviously a very difficult, if not catastrophic situation. So I just wanted to add that and acknowledge that, so it's not in any way, shape, or form a big secret as to the various different roles that you have in this. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Cortese. Seeing no other comments on this item, thank you, Chief. All right, we're going to go back to public comment, and I will ask the clerk, we're on item 153, if I could ask the clerk to call names, please.
Our first speaker is Walter Wilson. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good afternoon, board. Thank you for this opportunity. I appreciate the work that you guys are doing to keep us safe during this fire and during this COVID era. I'm here today to say that I'm in full support of making Juneteenth a holiday. What I am not in support of, and no one in our community is this option to swap Juneteenth with Cesar Chavez Day. Not only is that, I heard something about this a few minutes ago, and I didn't believe it. It's divisive, it's uncalled for, and it's not anything that we would support. No one who's supporting making Juneteenth a holiday of its own would support swapping with Cesar Chavez. It's an insult to freedom-loving people everywhere. It just, whoever came up with that idea is a bad idea, and I understand that they were limited by what they could do, but that you can just take that off the table. I can just flat out just tell you that. The other thing is Juneteenth is in June. It's not in November, and it's not in May. It's in June. It'd be like having your birthday in a different month. So we would like to have the holiday in the.
Our next speaker is Benay Vihar. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
My name is Martin Martinez. I'm an inmate at the Santa Clara County Main Jail. I'm one of many participating in the current hunger strike to bring continued attention to Santa Clara County's racist criminal justice system. I thought it was absurd that DA Rosen had the audacity to claim his office is excellent, just, and equitable, considering the DAO has disproportionately prosecuted tens of thousands of Black and brown people, yet refuses to hold law enforcement accountable for the murdering of those very same people. Also, DA longstanding policy to target and destroy Black and brown communities through its practice of racist and highly prejudicial gang laws and enhancements, which overwhelmingly has a negative impact upon the Latino community here in Santa Clara County. We respectfully ask the board to adopt the Debug Protect Your People budget plan. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Scott Largent. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good afternoon, everybody. Scott Largent. With all the fires that are going on right now, I'm very concerned with how many we've had kind of right in our backyard. The ones that happened down near the Guadalupe, the ones that happened near Spring Street, Roosevelt Park, all the way up and down all the creeks. Now, when we don't give the homeless the ability to prepare food and cook, for instance, like how we would set up campfire areas, picnic bench, just a safe, secured area where we utilized a rake, made sure we got all the extra brush out of the way, safe, secured environment to cook. We don't provide that, so people are utilizing barbecues, fire pits, and you guys have seen these infernos that light up. Sooner or later, one of these things is going to be right at your back door. When the Guadalupe catches on fire there, which it actually did a month ago, if you don't stop it, that thing's going to start taking your buildings down. Let's provide people a place to cook, a place to go to the bathroom.
Our next speaker is Todd Langton. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hello, thank you for all the great work all of you guys do. You guys and gals, you're wonderful. I'm very impressed. Hey, I was a bit surprised, very surprised that the Juneteenth holiday motion was sponsored by Dave Cortese was shot down at the last board meeting, at the Board of Supervisors meeting. I just encourage you to be brave, take some courage, make this a county holiday, a county paid holiday. Be the first in the country to do it. It would impact, they all say things start in California here. You've got a wonderful opportunity to make a big difference. If we could go back in time and take away all the impact, the positive impact that the people of color have had in our economy, in our nation, if we took that away, we would be nothing. We need to honor them and show them that we treat them more importantly than a Columbus Day, for example, more important than almost any other holiday. Get Juneteenth going. We need it.
Our next speaker is Kimberly Henderson. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good afternoon. My name is Kim Henderson. I'm the Human Trafficking Services Program Manager at Community Solutions. With regards to the budget items for the Probation Department, I respectfully request that you reconsider the elimination of the Deputy Probation Officer in the CSEC unit. Since 2012, juvenile probation has been a leader in addressing CSEC in our county and our state. They convened the multidisciplinary CSEC work group, which led to the creation of the current CSEC protocol. Having a probation officer with specialized training in identifying and engaging at-risk, suspected, and confirmed CSEC youth is crucial for a trauma-informed approach. For the past 4 years, the CSEC Deputy Probation Officer has supported other juvenile probation officers when a youth presents any CSEC concerns and provided guidance for next steps and connections to additional services. The elimination of the Deputy Probation Officer in the CSEC unit would remove a vital point person for service providers and a valuable resource for youth in our county. Please reconsider its removal.
Our next speaker is Alicia Chavez. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, my name is Anthony Gallegos. I'm currently an inmate prisoner at the Santa Clara County Jail. I feel strongly the system, the so-called justice system, is failing and falling more and more onto the prejudice and racist ideology, so much so that I am here today, 7 days into a hunger strike. This is uncomfortable and difficult to endure, so to shed light to these conditions that we face, the collaborative inmate concerns have been already forwarded to the head of the Sheriff's Office, Lori Smith, and to everyone else that needs to be aware at the start of the hunger strike, to no avail or no response to show concern or care for our health or purpose. It is promoted in the newspapers of such concern that our health and safety is a priority, though she blatantly shows neglect to acknowledge our purpose, as prisoners have exhausted all measures in reaching out for support and done well with limited opportunities.
Our next speaker is Samina Usman. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hello, my name is Samina Usman. I'm calling from the government. I'm the government relations coordinator for the Council on American Islamic Relations. I'm calling to support the proposition for the people's budget. They have some incredible recommendations for how we can divest from funding for the Sheriff's Department, the DA's office as well. And they have some also great recommendations for how we can invest in our communities, because honestly, we're spending incredible amounts of money towards the Sheriff's Department and other services that that have been conducting in very damaging policies and behavior, and have not been investing enough for projects and programs that would benefit the community more so. So I recommend that you look into the people's budget and support it. And also I wanted to say I support Juneteenth as a holiday. We definitely need to support this history and support these communities. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Melissa Martinez. I'm unmuting you. Melissa, unfortunately, you have an older version of Zoom and I'm unable to unmute you. I'm so sorry. Our next speaker is Galaxy A01. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hello, thank you. This is Blair Beekman again. I want to use this time to mention rent forgiveness and mortgage forgiveness ideas again, just so we can grow comfortable with it. I mean, if you hear about it more, the easier, the idea is that the easier it can be for owners and tenants to understand the process of 1436. I think that's AB 1436. It's offering, 2 years of rent forgiveness at least for renters after April 2021. SB 1410 has set up the ideas after 10 years. A renter can have rent forgiveness. It also works for owners and mortgage plans, and it's a system that tries to ensure that owners don't have to take renters to court. Good luck in this issue. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Amy. Amy, I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, my name is Amy Nishide, and I wanted to speak in support of the June 19th becoming a county holiday in June, as someone else mentioned earlier. And I would also like to speak in support of the hunger strike and the suggestion to divert funds into community resources. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Enrique Alvarez. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity. My name is Enrique Alvarez. I'm talking on the budget item for behavioral health. I'm a psychiatric social worker currently working for county mental health. I specifically work with Latino families. I work with children and families. I just think that it's very important to continue the conversation on cuts relating to mental health and how these cuts directly will impact the clients that we serve every day. And I know the board has some mixed opinions about the cost of behavioral health, but I just wanted to ensure that the conditions are very dire and the needs are very high for the families and children in this county. Just remember, any cuts for behavioral health would impact families, directly impact families. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Elizabeth Kamya. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, my name is Elizabeth Kamya, and I'm calling today to ask the board to support making Juneteenth a holiday. For me, as a member of the NAACP, it's really important and crucial to have this as a holiday and to have Black voices be heard and celebrated. As you know, that this is the date when we were actually free from slavery, and it's incredibly important to honor that date. This is no means is affixed to the systematic oppression and racial inequity we experience, but it is a start to honor the lives that have been lost, the lives that have been sacrificed. And I also just recently found out that you were considering replacing it with Cesar Chavez Day. I am not in support of that. These are two important holidays for people of color, and to ignore this is to ignore the voices of some members of your community. Thank you so much.
Our next speaker is Charisse. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
My name is Sharice Domingo. I'm with Silicon Valley Debug. Last Tuesday, many community members and family members turned out in support of the Protect Your People budget. I wanted to let you know that since then, 91 local, state, and national organizations and over 450 individuals have also signed on. We submitted our budget with the signatories earlier today. The local organizations in particular represent a wide breadth of our community, from youth organizations, faith-based communities, immigrant service providers, community organizing groups, legal service providers, civil rights advocates, and represent the history and present of our community. But with the broader support of national and statewide, many of them signed it because their eyes and hearts are on Santa Clara County, because if it's possible here for those directly impacted by the criminal justice system to have their experiences heard and shape our future, and to have it received with positivity, then it's possible in other communities too. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Melissa. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hello, thank you for keeping us safe. My name is Melissa Warden. I'm in support of the Protect Your People budget. Today, my husband and many others at the San Jose Main Jail are on their 8th day without any food, being on a hunger strike. The sheriff has not made any attempt to meet them and come to terms regarding their issues. The sheriff has a copy of their demands. They have equitable rights that are not being respected. The sheriff is not showing any integrity. The DA is also responsible for family separation. Our children are growing up without a father. There are alternatives instead of being incarcerated to help break cycles within the criminal punishment system. He could be helping be a provider for his family, but instead I need to rely on county programs for help. The DA also takes lives by trying to give people life sentences. It took so long to get to this point as Americans are taking a close look at what has been happening within the criminal punishment system and policing system that was only sparked by the death of George Floyd. I hope we can do our part and support the Protect Our People budget, community investment, which leads to positive things.
Our next speaker is Melody Masaniai. My apologies. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Thank you. No, you did perfectly. Thank you. Good afternoon, supervisors. I am Melody Masaniai, voter in District 3, member of SEIU 521, member of President Barack Obama Boulevard San Jose Committee, and member of Native Hawaiian Pacific Alliance, Santa Clara County. The purpose of my minute with you today is the irony that our voices are not being heard regarding Juneteenth in Santa Clara County. Voices of the Black community, voices of the African American community, and voices of the allied communities of color. SEIU 521, PBOB San Jose, Native Hawaiian Pacific Islander Alliance, clearly support fully and unequivocally Juneteenth as a paid holiday for county workers as a start, at a minimum, should be additive, not net neutral. Budgets are a statement of your values.
Next speaker is Jose Valle. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, my name is Matthew Jonathan Clifford, and I am a prisoner of Santa Clara County. I am one of the many hunger striking to bring awareness to the inherent prejudice and social inequality that exists within the criminal punishment system as a result of racist laws such as 3 strikes and the STEP Act law, gang enhancements, as well as to call attention to the unfair policies, procedures, and practices within the jail. The jail's culture and mentality has always been to take from us and to deny us whatever they can, and we demand change. I have not eaten anything since Thursday, August 13th, and still the sheriff has done nothing to resolve the issues we brought to her attention. I support DBUG's Protect Your People budget plan, and I pray that the people of Santa Clara County elect new public officials who are committed to restoring justice within the broken system and instilling fairness and equality in our society as a whole. Thank you for your attention and time. Matthew J. Clifford in Main Jail since 2013.
Our next speaker is Nerilee Campos. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
My name is Ricardo Diaz. I am a prisoner confined in Santa Clara County. I am currently on hunger strike to peacefully protest as well as to bring awareness to the social inequality and prejudice that is displayed through this criminal punishment system. As statistics will show, the overuse of the 3 strikes law the STEP Act law and the enhancements, and refusing to implement certain Senate bills such as 1437. We hope to bring attention to the unfair policies, procedures, and practices used throughout the county jail. The jail system seems as if they can break us, taking as much as they can from us and to deny us of whatever they can. We demand change to be made. Myself and others have not eaten since August 13th, which has been over a week. Still, the sheriff department has put forward no effort of the issues we mentioned to them, nor are they providing us with the proper medical care. Inmates are falling out with rising medical conditions to bring awareness to this outcry for public health. I stand.
Our next speaker is Rich Loyola. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good afternoon. I'm Rich Loyola. I'm a Silicon Valley debug, one of the co-authors of Protect Our People budget report, which I strongly support and urge that the resources, time, and funding that the probation, sheriff, and DA's office are using to overcharge our loved ones and manipulate their charges and prolong their return home to their families be used to support their return to the community, exposing them to life skill classes and family reunification rather than separation. Directing these resources towards community-based support alternatives will benefit the future of our community overall. Thank you.
Seems like Rich has dropped off the call. Our next speaker is Jethro Moore. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Killings of George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, Tony McDade, and countless other more Black people have more than demonstrated that America seems to care too little, too late when it comes to Black lives. Officially recognizing holidays like Juneteenth is a good place to start. This wasn't some sort of extraterritorial freedom from unfair taxation and an inadequate monarchy. It was literally the release of thousands of people who were captive. Recognizing and celebrating the positive parts of a complex and contested history moments, the moments when the oppression ended, is also an important and often effective way of creating national and county unity. I will be convinced that this institution, the Santa Clara County Board of Supervisors, are not just going through performative work. If a year from now you can point to multiple steps you have taken to support the African American community in Santa Clara County, that's what I want to see. Outline specific steps the county is taking to become more welcoming to Black people, not just showing up with plaques. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Kwausi Waddle. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hello, my name is Kwasiwat from Connection. I just wanted to say that if CBO contracts are cut, community members will be affected in negative ways. Parents will be left to fend for themselves without any support. Youth would suffer without resources that help provide guidance. Children can suffer from parents not having the resources to help them, to help them with reunification, and people who utilize services from our programs will be left to deal with the uncertainties such as job search, temporary employment, and food distribution during this time of COVID-19 and beyond, not to mention pro-social activities for youth. I know you understand what we are saying in regards to the budget cuts, but we are asking that the community isn't put at risk because of that. So I want to thank you guys ahead of time for taking the time to do this. I know it's hard, but we're asking to please consider budget cuts when it comes to CBOs.
The next speaker is Brianna Brown. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, my name is Brianna Brown, and I wanted to speak in support of making Juneteenth a Santa Clara County holiday. There are currently 47 states in Washington, D.C. that recognize Juneteenth as either a holiday or an observance. Major corporations such as JCPenney, Nike, Spotify, Target, Twitter, and Uber have recently declared it a company holiday. New York and Virginia just joined the states, reserving it as a paid holiday for their workers. Recognizing Juneteenth across the county will allow all people of different socioeconomic backgrounds to reflect on our nation's Black history and encourage positive dialogue among all communities. Juneteenth commemorates African American freedom and emphasizes education and achievement. Adding Juneteenth would be another way of showing that the county is serious about embracing its diversity and celebrating its most important yet sometimes unrecognized struggles. It's a day that everyone in the county should celebrate because the entire country was not free on July 4th, 1776. I respectfully request that the county sets the standard by developing a plan or pledge to commemorate Juneteenth. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Myra Green. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking. Myra Green, go ahead. Myra, I can see that your microphone is, now you're muted.
There you go.
There we go.
No, you're muted again, Myra. Now you're unmuted. Oh.
Myra, we're still not getting any audio. I'm gonna come back to you if you want to try to troubleshoot that. Our next speaker is Andrew Bigelow. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, my name is Andrew Bigelow. I'm an organizer with Silicon Valley Debug. As an organizer, I work with and walk with families whose loved ones are incarcerated and who are being charged by the district attorney's office. And I have witnessed from my own account the separation of families that's caused and the pain and the harm that has caused to those families and to these communities who are continuously being prosecuted, overcharged, labeled gangs, etc. So I encourage the board to adopt the Protect Your People's budget, and I ask all of us listening to view these systems as the systems that cause harm and not necessarily protect. They don't protect, and it's actually us as community who are protecting ourselves from these systems.
Our next speaker is C. Webb. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, my name is Christian Webb. I'm a current student athlete at San Jose State University, and I would like Juneteenth to be recognized as a paid county holiday. I think this time off is very important for our progression as a nation, especially a county. And I feel like with the paid time off, people will be able to recognize the importance of it and do research on it and find out what it means to them. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Alexandra. I apologize, Alexandra, I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good afternoon, no worries, it's Gasessa. My name is Alexandra. I'm a distinguished scholar and community organizer. I'm coming here to you all today to show my support for Juneteenth. Like I mentioned, a lot of my work is very intersectional, and like someone mentioned before, more often than not, it's cared too late, and we need to make this a county holiday. My apologies, I'm also on the road, showing you how support and how committed I am to this. It's mission critical in time of COVID, with the death of Breonna Taylor, Tony McDade, George Floyd, and the countless others, that we take this opportunity to stand as a leader. I'm a community member, I'm an active resident in District 4, and I find it not only not only important that we push for this to become a county holiday, but that in times like these, we become the leader and the pillar that our community touts itself to be. We can stand on the right side of history, and please take these comments, these public comments seriously, and not just an opportunity to flood, but for you all to see and hear that the community is endorsing this and all the other issues.
Our next speaker is Marissa Kingsley. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
My name is Marissa Kingsley, and I'm a member of Showing Up for Racial Justice at Sacred Heart, and I'm a local voter. In honor of those loved ones and neighbors who have been snatched away forcefully by law enforcement, we ask the Board of Supervisors to divest from the harms of the critical punishment system and to invest in the resources into Black and Brown community-led models of safety and well-being. We speak in solidarity with those in jails on hunger strike for Debug's Protect Your People budget of Santa Clara County, and ask ask that jail administrators meet with those hunger strikers. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jonathan Deo. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Thank you. I'm a resident of District 3 and a proud member of Local 1587. I would like to speak in support of the CSEC coordinator position within the probation department. I know difficult budget decisions lie ahead, and we are likely standing on the precipice of economic disaster. However, this position is instrumental in diverting unrepresented communities from being trafficked and exploited, which is even more important in times of economic hardship. The CSEC position works closely with the Department of Family and Children's Services and community-based organizations to bring vital services to this population and divert minors from entering the criminal justice system. Sadly, it was not long ago that those trafficked were treated as criminals. Santa Clara County has been instrumental in leading from the front on this issue and treating them as they are, victims. There is amazing work happening in this community, which we should not forget. And this position is directly in line with our aims of equal justice, equality, and community engagement. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Amy Mollica. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Amy Mollica. I'm the Anti-Human Trafficking Program Manager at YWCA Silicon Valley. I'm here to respectfully address the potential budget cut of the CSEC coordinator position and voice what a detriment that would be. For the past 4 years, working closely with the JPD CSEC coordinator has been extremely crucial in connecting probation youth to advocacy services. The solid partnership we've developed has allowed us to serve at-risk and confirmed CSEC youth effectively. Many of these youth feel safe and trust the coordinator, therefore allow her to connect them to advocacy services. The coordinator has been so successful in developing these potential relationships with them that even after they've aged out of the system, many have returned to her for additional support. For the sake of these children who desperately need our services, I sincerely hope this position can be preserved.
Our next speaker is Yolanda Ledesma. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
My name is Rudy Cuevas, and I am a Santa Clara inmate housed in the main jail. I'm a participant along with many others in the current hunger strike and find it hard to believe how such logical concerns can be faced with blatant disregard from those who are put in place to work and communicate peacefully with the inmate population. The Santa Clara County Sheriff Department administration refuses any attempt to provide simple solutions that clearly accommodate both parties in regard to the jail conditions and policies and practices that fuel this hunger strike in order to find the solution. In any event, one must first focus on the problem. I think it is very clear in the instance to say that personal bias and prejudice towards a specific group, the inmate population, is a hindrance of progress. Together we can make a difference. Until then, I will sacrifice until starvation to bring awareness. Thank you for your time, and hopefully we will come to a solution.
Our next speaker is Caroline. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, my name is Caroline Mirela Saylor, and I'm with Conexión to Community. I'm a youth job developer, and cutting back on the CBOs would be a devastation to our youth and even some of our adults that I assist with job development. So I would really ask that you would consider not cutting back on our CBOs when we're really trying our hardest to educate, to draw employment so they don't go back into enjoying the homeless that are there in Santa Clara County, especially in San Jose. And my heart goes out to especially the children that we're trying to direct them into the correct way of life. And I'm not from Santa Clara Valley or County. I'm in Merced County, but yet I love the family there in Santa Clara County. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jeremy Barus. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good afternoon, President Chavez and the Board of Supervisors. This is Jeremy Barus, Deputy Director of Advocacy and Civic Engagement with Community Health Partnership. On behalf of Community Health Partnerships Community Clinics and Dolores Alvarado, our CEO, I'm here to ask you to declare Juneteenth an official county holiday. Community health centers were born out of the civil rights movement in the 1960s, and the spirit of the civil rights and justice has always been in the spirit of community health partnership. Santa Clara County has always been a beacon for civil rights, and now more than ever, it is important to stand up for our African American and Black communities by declaring Juneteenth a county holiday with no other compromises. Slavery in the United States will always be a dark stain in our nation's history. Santa Clara County can be one of the first counties in the nation to declare Juneteenth a holiday, a commemoration of the ending of slavery in our country. We know that representation matters, and therefore ask that the county continue its rich history of standing up for our diverse communities and support.
Our next speaker is Marianne Waddell. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good afternoon. My name is Marianne Waddell. I am an employee for DFCS, and I live in San Jose in District 2. I was very disappointed to see that the majority of the Board of Supervisors voted against Juneteenth as a paid county holiday at the last meeting. Supervisor Cortez's initiative to make Juneteenth a paid county holiday is a vital step towards equality and representation for Black Americans. We celebrate many holidays in Santa Clara County, and it is time that we take the next step and show solidarity with our communities of color. Juneteenth and other holidays celebrating people of color should be treated equal to the holidays we celebrate already, including not getting rid of Cesar Chavez Day instead of Juneteenth. I also would like to take this time to support the equality and representation of those in the criminal justice system and all the workers.
Our next speaker is Sharon Danoa. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, thank you. This is Sharon Danoa, the Director of Strategic Development for the South Bay Coalition to End Human Trafficking. I'm here today to ask the board to reconsider the elimination of the CSEC coordinator position in juvenile probation. It's not a vacant position, but filled by a dedicated, passionate, and effective probation officer. I want to thank the board for your leadership during this unprecedented time and understand there are challenges currently facing the county, but respectfully request we maintain our diligent focus on trafficking. The pandemic has not led to a decrease in trafficking. In fact, law enforcement agencies and others are seeing an increase. As we're shifting to virtual engagement, minors are spending more time online, exploiters are increasing grooming tactics, and they're coercing minors to self-production of illicit material. Digital literacy gaps in families increases this vulnerability. System-involved youth are already vulnerable. It's absolutely a best practice to have direct point of contacts in key systems, including probation. This ensures partnership building, rapport and continuity for survivors, and technical assistance and expertise that allows for agency capacity building.
Our next speaker is Richard Conda. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, President Chavez and members of the Board of Supervisors. I'm Richard Conda, Executive Director of Asian Law Alliance. I am in full support of the proposal to make Juneteenth a Santa Clara County holiday while continuing to maintain the Cesar Chavez holiday. This is the right thing to do now, particularly given the current political climate. I'm also wanted to voice my full support for the DBUG's Protect People's Budget. It's a well thought out proposal that many people in the community have offered their input to. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Rosie. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, my name is Rosie Chavez. I'm an organizer with Silicon Valley DBUG, auntie of Jacob Dominguez, who was unarmed and killed by SJPD on 9/15/2017, leaving 3 babies under the age of 7 behind at the time. They are now fatherless, growing up in this county, suffering from the trauma they've had to endure with no assistance given from the DA victim program. The DA office shows no transparency and never holds any police officers accountable for the murders of many loved ones in our community. The DA continues to target our oppressed communities, killing our loved ones or locking them up with outrageous gang enhancements and overcharging tactics. I worry about the most vulnerable and the ones who struggle with mental health. Jacob's kids may be living and moving along, but no one sees their daily struggles behind closed doors. We have no idea what their mental health will be like. So I urge you to invest in our community models of safety and justice asked for in the Protect Your People budget proposal. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Sheila Heacock. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking. Sheila, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Sheila Johnson Heacock, and I am president-elect of the National Coalition of 100 Black Women, Silicon Valley chapter. Juneteenth is the oldest nationally celebrated commemoration of the end of slavery. This is a historical date, should be celebrated by all Americans of every race through the paid holiday in the county of Santa Clara and in the city of San Jose. On Juneteenth each year, I request that the County Board of Supervisors votes and allocates the funds necessary to make Juneteenth a paid holiday for the county, with the hope that all citizens of Santa Clara will use this to recognize the importance of everyday rights to the liberty and the pursuit of happiness as guaranteed by our Constitution. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Frecia Rodriguez. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking. I see that your microphone is on. We are unable to hear you. And she has lowered her hand. We will move on to Ashley. Our next speaker is Ashley. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
My name is Ashley Quintanilla, and I work as a cultural broker at Conexión to Community. With the CBO budget cuts in place, my program would be affected drastically, as the needs to work with families that have been impacted by the child welfare system is high. By taking money away from programs as such, you are taking away support and possibly the only hope for these families, especially during a pandemic and unforeseen times. By following through with the budget cuts, you place already vulnerable communities into a gray area in which families will not be able to get essential support when they need it the most. The county should prioritize the budget to those in need, and the county should steer away from continuous criminalization of these communities by investing into their basic needs and their well-being. This job is essential as we make sure they're safe in their homes, and by conducting budget cuts, you can potentially put lives in danger. I ask that you please take the time to reconsider the drastic damage these budget cuts can cause. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Melissa Willett. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hello, my name is Melissa Willett, resident in District 2, SEIU Local 521, Local-Wide Vice President. I'm disappointed that we're still discussing this, as the majority of the board voted against Juneteenth as a paid county holiday at the last meeting. And I applaud Supervisor Cortese for making this initiative, as it is a vital step towards racial equity. Representation does matter, and by declaring Juneteenth a county holiday, it will represent this county's values loud and clear and bring real attention to the emancipation of enslaved African American people. I oppose creating a personal or floating holiday or any other compromise in lieu of an outright official county holiday. The growing disparity between Black and non-Black communities due to the unrelenting structural racism that our society is built upon and the oppression of Black Americans' lives is a very public issue and needs public recognition. As a county worker, I know we are facing a huge budget shortfall, but I'm over governments balancing budgets on the backs of communities of color. This cost could be covered by already budgeted reserves. Let's just do this.
Our next speaker is Camille Baloloy. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, my name is Camille Balaloy, and I'm a CSEC advocate from the YWCA. I believe that the CSEC coordinator position is vital to Santa Clara County because it serves as a liaison between the juvenile probation system and victim services programs, which of course help our youth. And I believe that it should not be cut. As victim service providers are able to work cohesively as a team, we're able to share information and ask critical updates about our clients, which are our youth, and these are able to be achieved by having that point person contact, the CSEC coordinator. As a whole, as victim service providers, with the support of the CSEC coordinator, can meet the needs and demands of our youth in the system and ensure that things don't fall between the cracks of DFCS nor JPD. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Ren Bradley. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hey, good afternoon, Ren Bradley, SEIU 521, and a social work supervisor in Child Protective Services. I want to consider three things. We have on your agenda the removal of 11 unclassified social work 2-3 positions. We need those positions because we still have a departure of so many social workers, and we need them in the training so that we can always have social workers on board to protect children and help families. Conexión, we need our cultural brokers. You can't imagine the disproportionality in the Latino and African ancestry communities. We need those workers. And 3, yesterday or the day before I talked about Juneteenth. I really urge you to take Juneteenth, honor it as a separate and distinct holiday. It deserves that credit. It deserves that historical acknowledgement, and it will go a long way towards the healing that needs to occur in our community. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Cecilia Chavez. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hello, my name is Cecilia Chavez, and I'm calling in as the co-lead for the FIRE Coalition. The FIRE Coalition is composed of local nonprofit community-based organizations, youth empowerment organizations, and legal service providers that come together to ensure that the county and city policies protect immigrant rights who come in the crosshairs of the immigration and criminal justice system in the county by having a clear separation between law enforcement and ICE. We support the directly impacted community, and because of our direct experiences, we urge the board to reevaluate the county's budget and move forward with the intended cuts to both the DA's and the sheriff's office. We stand with our partners to demand divestment from the criminal punishment system and investment into areas that make this community whole again, as the Protect Your People's budget has outlined. Just as the board has been a champion leading the way for our immigrant rights nationally with the most progressive civil detainer policy, we know that these cuts are possible to continue on with the vision that everyone deserves to live in a healthy community. We also support the current hunger strike and ask that the board pay attention to their demands. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Yesenia Ortiz. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking. Yesenia Ortiz, go ahead and unmute yourself. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Yesenia Ortiz, and I am in support of the Protect Your People budget from DBUG. My husband has been incarcerated in Elmwood since November 2018, and he's currently participating in the hunger strike. They're not being protected from COVID, had many outbreaks, and it's a matter of time before he catches it, and it could be fatal for him since he does have pre-existing conditions. Although his bail, there were over 40 people, community members, and we had a plan for him ready to come home with his family, the DA still opposes pretrial release. I'm asking to end pretrial incarceration, have sheriffs meet with the hunger strikers, and adopt the Protect Your Budget People proposal. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Imezarach. Forgive me. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good afternoon. My name is Imezarach. Can you hear me? Good afternoon.
You're a little hard to hear.
Okay, give me 1 second. Sorry, do you mind starting my time again? I'm so sorry. Is this better?
That sounds much better. We will get your time restarted.
Good afternoon. My name is Yemi Gurma. I work for the County of Santa Clara. If we support and honor the 4th of July, then it's time that the County of Santa Clara lead this nation in designating Juneteenth as a county holiday. The original story of the America has been one of genocide. This is a small way of beginning to face the past and carve a new path forward. Also, I too stand in solidarity with the Santa Clara County Jail hunger strike. Today is day 7. I beseech you, the Board of Supervisors, to address their concerns that you have been made aware of and end the strike today. In addition, I support the Protect Your People budget from Silicon Valley Debug and really admire the work that they're doing. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Suzette. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good afternoon, members of the board. The Commercially Sexually Exploited Children Coordinator is a very important role and much needed. The average age of a child being lured into commercially sexually exploitation is between 11 and 14 years of age. Juveniles that go throughout juvenile hall have some way been sexually exploited. The CSEC coordinator educates and provides information to staff on tactics and tips when they suspect or come into contact with the CSEC minor. Receiving credible information and working alongside with our collaborative partners has tremendously helped divert these juveniles from the criminal justice system. The credible knowledge passed on helps the juvenile system better recognize and advocate for those who've been sexually exploited. The DPO CSEC coordinator has helped break the cycle and help these youth escape the industry of sexual exploitation. They've also helped alter perspectives, train staff to become more open-minded and recognize the red flags when working with this population. I urge you to do not delete this position. These youth need a dedicated person to continue this hard work in advocating for them so they are not failed by the system and instead help them for a way out and receive the assistance they need. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Brenda Arredondo. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hello, my name is Brenda Arredondo, and I am the program coordinator for the Santa Clara Juvenile Probation Program, Pro-Social at Conexión to Community. My program recently had a budget cut that affected our participants drastically, who are already facing so many other hardships. These funds allow probation youth who come from low-income homes and normally cannot afford to enroll into a pro-social activity. These activities are an important source of positive influence in the lives of these youth. I ask that you reconsider budget cuts. Without the funding, recidivism will be on the rise and job training and pathways to higher education will be eliminated. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Human Agenda. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking. Person titled Human Agenda, please go ahead and unmute yourself. And seeing no response, we'll come back. Our next speaker is Myra Green. We'll see if Myra can get going.
Hello, good afternoon, and thank you for this opportunity to speak. I'm speaking on behalf of my brother, Paul Solik, who is an inmate at the Santa Clara County Jail and a part of the hunger strike. We are asking to change where inmates are no longer marked with a no-show for something that is out of their control. Visitors who will show up late experience denied valuable time with their loved one, and the inmate will lose their visit. Please allow inmates to still keep their visits. They have no control over their visitors showing up late and not showing up at all. Also, all inmates should not be held accountable for another's misbehavior. Not all floors and inmates should be stripped of their visits. Perhaps instead of punishing all inmates, we limit canceling all visits to just canceling visits to the specific floor or inmate that chose to rebel against rules. Thank you so much for listening and good luck on these issues.
Our next speaker is Raj Jayadev. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
I'm calling in because I've been so inspired by those who submitted public comments. I don't know if you've ever had people write or call in from the jail to give input in a county budget decision while they're on hunger strike. I would guess this is the first time in the history of this county we've had such courageous participation by those who are suffering directly and in real time from the criminal punishment system during a pandemic. It's indicative of how special this revolutionary moment of change truly is. So I do hope you listen to those in the jails, the families who authored the Protect Your People budget, and the hundreds of organizations who signed the call to divest in institutions like the DA's office and the sheriff's, and to invest in community models of safety, such as the non-police response proposal by the Behavioral Health Contractors Association. By shrinking the criminal punishment system, we can save resources and save lives from the violence of incarceration. These cuts are fiscally responsible and morally mandatory. And in that spirit, we also call on this county to make Juneteenth an observed county holiday. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Molly McLeod. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. Timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hello, my name is Molly McLeod, and I'm speaking in solidarity with those in the jails on the hunger strike for DPUG's Protect Your People budget of Santa Clara County, and ask that jail administrators meet with those hunger strikers. my heart is really sad because, I know, for example, this first time that my son was in jail, it was for a library book. And as a white woman, I'd never be stopped for a library book. And my son was incarcerated. He's Black. And when I think about, participated in the Code for San Jose event, and the probation department took on that hackathon project. And the primary issue they were concerned about, food. How could they get people who are released from jails and in probation food that they need? How is it that we have a system that is criminalizing folks and could be focused on getting food and basic needs met, and instead it's waiting till it's processing, and the criminals has been criminalizing them? Unconscionable.
Our next speaker is Lena Cambridge. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good afternoon. My name is Lena Cambridge, and I'm a member of Showing Up for Racial Justice at Sacred Heart and a local voter. In this pandemic and the fires, it's critical that our communities show up and protect vulnerable folks. In honor of all those loved ones and neighbors who have been snatched away forcefully and violently by law enforcement, we ask the Board of Supervisors to divest from the harms of the criminal punishment system and to invest the resources into Black and Brown community-led models of safety and well-being. We speak in solidarity with those in the jails on hunger strike for DBUG's Protect Your People budget of Santa Clara County and ask that jail administrators meet with those hunger strikers. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Priscilla Cairez. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, my name is Priscilla. My brother Clemente is currently incarcerated and is participating in the hunger strike. We want to call attention
Priscilla,
to
we're having
excess
trouble
budget.
hearing you. Priscilla, are you able to change anything about what you're
Can you
doing?
hear me?
You're breaking up.
Yep.
Can we restart Priscilla's time? Try one more time.
Yes. Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, yeah. Hi, my name is Priscilla. My brother's name is Clemente. He is currently incarcerated and is participating in the hunger strike. He's been fasting in the last 8 days, and we want to call attention to the systematic issues that are embedded in the criminal justice system. We want to call attention to the excessive budget that and
Priscilla, you're
their
fading
fundings.
again.
And
Priscilla.
Time. They couldn't even hear me.
Yes, we can. Priscilla, speak into the microphone.
We'll come back if she's still online. We'll give her another shot.
That's good.
Our next speaker is, forgive me, Yaneli. Yaneli, I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Thank you. Yes, my name is Yaneli, and my husband has been incarcerated since 2010 at the age of 19. Since then, he has participated in many impactful programs and is ready to come home to serve the community. His goal of sharing his experiences to prevent youth entering the system has been placed on hold due to his overcharges from the DA. The sentence to life without the possibility of parole is inhumane. I am in support and strongly encourage you to review and take action on DBUG's Protect Your People program, budget proposal, sorry. I urge you to invest in SB 1437 and free those who have been treated unfairly. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Sheila. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, this is Sheila Dawkins. I'm from PAC of Silicon Valley and a local voter. I believe that Santa Clara County should lift up the Juneteenth holiday and also continue the Cesar Chavez holiday as well. County Supervisor Chavez lifted up racism as a public health issue. And so San Jose has faced a racist Facebook scandal. The DA has racist charges in front of it from San Jose PD. It's time for the county to show that they value all locals. As we see the fires all around us, we know that Black and Brown people face many things in this county alone. COVID, erasing from history. We face those alone in our communities, and we want to know that you see us, and this would be a way to let us know that you see us and you value us as local members. I also stand with those who are facing the hunger strike in our county jails. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Marcela Severa. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hello, my name is Marcela. I've been with the county 16 years as a social worker. I'm at the Nuestra Casa unit at the San Jose Family Resource Center. I'm also one of the officers of El Comité, and I'm also part of the race and social justice equity team there in Santa Clara County. And I'm here to speak to you today about the importance of Juneteenth as a holiday, not in replacement of Cesar Chavez holiday, because there's already enough divisiveness in our country, and this would just create more divisiveness. We all need to we have a lot of work groups and teams and speakers and webinars, and they're wonderful, but let's get some action going behind this. And this is one way that the county can put their money where their mouth is and take it in action, and not just all these other teams that we're doing. So this is one way that we can do that. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Pastor Tony Williams. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good afternoon, President Cindy Chavez and Board of Supervisors. This is Pastor Tony Williams, pastor of Maranatha Christian Center. I'd simply like to add my voice to those who are requesting to make Juneteenth a paid county holiday. After a long history of slavery and racial discrimination, now is the time to acknowledge this date of freedom and independence that we have celebrated in our community for many years as the end of slavery. I just feel that it's time, and this is a season, and this is the time that we need to make this a holiday and acknowledge it. And I believe that it'll help for some of the healing that needs to take place in our county and in our city. Thank you very much. Good afternoon.
Our next speaker is Connie C. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hello, Connie Chu, county worker, SEIU member. As stated on August 11th and August 19th, I support Juneteenth as a county holiday. This will send a strong message to our communities for celebrations and long overdue recognition of Juneteenth's significance. With all the excessive money that slave owners and their descendants enjoyed, the cost of this holiday would just be a drop in the bucket for the road to equity for Black Americans. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Frecia Rodriguez. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hello, my name is Frecia Rodriguez. I'm the Cultural Broker Coordinator at Conexión, and I would like the Board of Supervisors to consider all the families that will be affected by the budget cuts to the CBOs, which helps provide culturally appropriate community resources to families at risk of child removal. Also, the Cultural Broker program was in place to help decrease the disproportionality of Latino and Indigenous families going into the child welfare system. As a result, I'm scared of what may happen without these services are provided by CBOs if funding is cut or reduced. I believe Santa Clara County will see a rise in crime, more homelessness, and an increase of child welfare referrals. I could go on, but hopefully you get the idea. I love living in Santa Clara County, and I want what's best for our community.
Our next speaker is Melinda Caudillo. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, my name is Melinda Caudillo, and I'm an assistant worker here at Conexión. And I believe our programs here are a big asset to the community, such as our day worker center that provides for the homeless and for those who are looking for day work. Also, our pro-social program is a wonderful program in helping our youth on probation stay occupied with any activity of their choice for 3 months. We have so many programs here, but I personally work for the First 5 program here, and we are always providing for our community with many different resources. And I'm against the CBO budget cuts. Thank you.
Our next speaker is labeled Good Citizen. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Yes, public safety is very important in the city, and we do not want, well, the city, the county, everywhere. We cannot have criminals running everything, and that's a sad thing. no sheriffs, there is crime. Defunding is not the answer. Enforce law and order. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Kelly Gamboa. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hello, my name is Kelly Gamboa and I work at Conexión to Community. Conexión to Community houses and provides so many services, so many different programs are here that provide for all our communities of color and anybody who walks through the doors. Budget cuts, I feel, would really cause such a disruption in services to all the people who need them the most, and it would have that trickle down effect when, we take away right now to try to make ends meet. It's going to cause, other things to happen. People are going to be in more need. People who are already at risk of being homeless will be homeless. People who are at risk of not eating won't eat. And then we're going to be scrambling around, in the future, trying to find a way to feed them, to rehouse them, to help them get that job back and all those other things that they could lose if we lose funding for services. One thing is, our program here at Conexión, all the staff here.
Our next speaker is Caitlin Neiman. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Caitlin Nyman. I live in District 5, and I'm a member of Showing Up for Racial Justice at Sacred Heart Community Service. I'm here today just to say, in honor of all of those loved ones and neighbors who have been snatched away forcefully and violently by law enforcement. I'm here in partnership with Silicon Valley Debug and other members of Showing Up for Racial Justice to ask the Board of Supervisors to divest from the harms of the criminal punishment system and invest the resources into Black and Brown community-led models of safety and well-being. We speak in solidarity with those in jails on hunger strike for Silicon Valley Debug's Protect Your People budget of Santa Clara County and ask that jail administrators meet with those hunger strikers. Thank you so much.
Our next speaker is Iris Garcia. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hello. Hello, my name is Iris Garcia. I am in support of the Protect Your People budget from Debug. My dad has been incarcerated in Elmwood since November 8, 2018 and he is currently participating in the hunger strike. They are not being protected from COVID, have had many outbreaks, and with no protected proper medical care as well. For my dad, it could be fatal as he has pro-existing conditions. Although my dad has over 40 people at his bail hearing and we have a plan for with the community and our family to support him when he comes home.
Our next speaker is Sravya Dandamudi, excuse me. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, my name is Shravya, a resident of Santa Clara County for almost 2 decades, and I'm here to support the Protect Your People budget to divest from spending on criminal punishment and instead in our communities. This must be done to achieve any semblance of equality. I'm also here to voice my support to turn Juneteenth into a paid county holiday. Please do not replace Cesar Chavez Day, whose activism and impact in this country should not be diminished. The first step to prove that you are listening to your constituents is to make Juneteenth a national holiday. You are up for re-election, and your choices and views on this crucial matter will tell us just how to vote and if you're listening. We've said just wait to Black and Brown communities for too long, and now is not the time for compromise. It's the time to act. So please be on the right side of history and honor Juneteenth as a paid county holiday. Thank you so much.
Our next speaker is Mary Helen Doherty. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Yes, I'm Mary Helen Doherty. I'm a member of Surge at Sacred Heart and a resident of District 2. In honor of all those loved ones and my neighbors who have been snatched away forcibly and violently by law enforcement, we call on the Board of Supervisors to divest from the harms of the criminal punishment system and invest these resources into Black and Brown community-led models of safety, restoration, well-being, and healing. We speak in solidarity with those in the jail on a hunger strike for debugged Protect Your People budget of Santa Clara County and ask that jail administrators meet with these hunger strikers now. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Reginald. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Thank you, President Chavez and all the board. We see this as one of the many necessary components of deconstruction the institutional system that have racially disparate members in this system from end to end. We have been underrepresented, we have been over-policed, we have been undereducated about. We think that your decision for equity in this county, and you're building a system to build equity, can start right here. This is not all that's necessary, but this is one step that you and your children and this county and this world can say that all the 4th of July celebrations that have gone on all of our life, this is one where we can say this whole community can involve itself in our freedom, in our celebration. And we think it's overdue. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jocelyn Swift. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hello, my name is Jocelyn Swift. I'm a member of Showing Up for Racial Justice at Sacred Heart. In honor of all those loved ones and neighbors who have been snatched away forcefully and violently by law enforcement, we ask the Board of Supervisors to divest from the harms of the criminal punishment system and to invest the resources into Black and Brown community-led models of safety and well-being. We speak in solidarity with those in jail on hunger strike for DBUG's Protect Your People budget of Santa Clara County and ask that jail administrators meet with those hunger strikers. Thank you.
That concludes our speakers, and let me confirm Priscilla, who we were going to give a second chance, is no longer on the call.
Are you confirming that now? Do you want to wait a minute?
I have searched and she is no longer here.
Okay,
just wanted to say that out loud.
Thank you. We're going to now move to, so that was public comment. I'm going to ask for those of you who gave public comment to not give public comment on an item you've already given comment on as we go through the next piece of the process, the next step. We're going to go to item 154, and this is to receive a report from the administration relating to requests for information during the budget hearing and or any new or updated information. What I'd like to do is, because so much of this information, frankly, because of the structure of the way our budget process works, there were many documents that arrived to us either yesterday, last night, or today. So if Dr. Smith, if you would not mind reviewing the documents that were given to us from or that are placed in our packet, or Greg, whoever's most appropriate. And this is to be able to do two things. One, to put it on the record, but also for people in the public who may not have the packets in front of them. So this is item 154.
Yes, Madam President, can you hear me?
Perfectly, thank you.
Okay. So item 154, as you pointed out, is a report back from the administration regarding information that the board has asked for, and we have a number of transmittals. And I will go through the issues one by one and try to summarize the questions were asked yesterday and from the 17th and forward. So you're right, some of the transmittals did come in as yellow tags. So letter A is a memo regarding the percent of reductions that were asked for from the sheriff. As I said during the meeting before, 26% of the reductions that were targeted to the departments were suggested to come from the sheriff's department. There, number B, or letter B, there was a question about the funding for the pay equity study. And the pay equity study will be funded out of the service and supply budget from the CEO's budget. Once that study is done, it will be brought to the Board of Supervisors for further action. If further resources are needed for the next subsequent board action, those will be allocated at that time. C and D, I think you already did by getting the fire chief, and he had a report about the wildland fire funding, and you forwarded these to the first. E, I'd rather that we postpone that until we talk about 155 because it is part of our revised recommendations, and it is best described all in a package. F was a request to analyze whether the recommended reductions would affect the mandates or the consent decree. And the basic answer is that the consent decrees and the mandates do not require a specific level of staffing, and that the staffing that is allowed after the reductions should be enough to provide all the services that are required. If overtime is required, that can be allocated later. So the answer is no, it will not have any effect upon the consent decrees.
But Dr. Smith, on that document specifically, there's the response essentially is we don't know that that's really up to the sheriff's office. Is that, I mean, that's how I read this. Is that not accurate? I understand part of what you're saying is accurate, right? Which is that, and I appreciate what you're saying is that there was no analysis done because we do not believe that an analysis was required as it relates to the staff doesn't believe that was required based on the consent decree. Is that accurate?
Well, the consent decree requires the sheriff to provide specific services and activities. And therefore she has the obligation to allocate the resources that the board approves for her department in a way to accomplish those duties. So there's no specific staffing requirement in the consent decree. It's a requirement to provide services.
Got it. And I just wanted to make that clear for the record. And then the second thing I just wanted to better understand, your recommendation is that if the staffing levels are not appropriate for any mandate, that the option is overtime that would be funded at a later time?
Right. We're anticipating, as the board knows, eventually, hopefully soon, getting the staffing study, and based on that and input from the department, if we need to do adjustments of object one to get that accomplished, we will do that, which would be an adjustment of an allocation for overtime. Pretty consistently, the department has used about $10 million plus a year of overtime. So if that needs to be increased, we can increase it. But the actual change in the position, since the positions are vacant at this point, would not change the ability to provide services.
Thank you. I just wanted to be clear. Thanks. I appreciate that. I didn't mean to interrupt.
Okay. And then G is the issue of the additional county holiday, Juneteenth. And the board asked if we could utilize a option for trading the holidays. There's no legal prevention for that, or no legal reason to exclude that option. However, any change in the current holiday structure would have to be negotiated with the unions. One can anticipate that that would be challenging, if not impossible to do. And as I mentioned at the previous meeting, the differential cost for adding another holiday is roughly $2.3 million, plus the loss in productivity, which is equivalently about 10.6. And so with that, I think unless there are other questions, we can move on to 155.
We have one other item, and that was in my packet, although I'm not certain if it goes here or on 155, and that was DA Rosen's document. But does that, and also one from the sheriff, do both of those go under 155, Dr. Smith?
Yes, those are under 155.
Thank you. And then what I will do before I go to my colleagues for any discussion on these items, I'm going to go to the public speakers and ask the clerk if she could please call on the public speakers. And then I'll go to the board for discussion and any action.
Our first speaker is Cheryl Thompson. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hello, my name is Cheryl Thompson, and I'm speaking on behalf of making Juneteenth a community holiday. The importance of this holiday is not just for African Americans, it's for all people to know the history of slavery and the freedom that we finally received. Thank you.
Next speaker is Helen Casa. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
So the only consideration regarding Juneteenth we should be entertaining is the induction of making Juneteenth Santa Clara County's official 13th holiday. The AACSA has organized the prosperous festival for 39 years and counting. The Black community has received many proclamations and recognitions and annual flag raisins for Black History Month. Our objective with officially recognizing Juneteenth as a paid holiday is to widen our reach and educate the community. And the impacts of this holiday on the community will far outweigh the potential buying power of the $2.3 million investment by the county. So for these reasons, I please encourage you all to invest in this holiday and making it official. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Sabrina Monet Lamontagne. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. Oh, my apologies. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good afternoon. My name is Sabrina Monet Lamontagne, and I live in San Jose, District 6, and I am the office manager at the African American Community Service Agency. I am requesting that the Board of Supervisors vote to support Juneteenth as an additional county holiday, not an observance, or swapping it for a current county holiday. Making it a county holiday will give it the celebration and recognition it deserves. Juneteenth and other holidays celebrating people of color should be treated equally to the holidays we celebrate already. We will continue to make clear how important this is to us as a community. Please hear us and stand in solidarity with our community. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Zakia Cooper. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hello, my name is Zakia Cooper. I'm a student at Santa Clara University, an intern at the African American Community Service Agency, and I live in District 5. I am disappointed to say that at this point in time, it is undeniable that some of our supervisors can't seem to consider the impact of policy beyond their own identity. Today, I urge you to regard the significance of Juneteenth to the people outside of your immediate community. It is embarrassing to watch as our own elected representatives depreciate the day America's promise of freedom came to fruition. Please, imagine yourself in our shoes. We are forced to recognize American Independence Day every year, yet Black men who fought for our independence would be enslaved, not even close to being considered citizens for another century. Juneteenth deserves no less honor than the almighty 4th of July and no less respect than Memorial Day. Please be considerate in your decision-making. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Kiana Munoz. My apologies. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hello, my name is Kiana Munoz. I am a community worker at the African American Community Service Agency, and I live in District 5. Making Juneteenth an official county holiday would show Santa Clara County residents the significance of this day. My question to you all is, do you see the significance for yourself? And if not, then shouldn't we do our part to educate and find out why this day is so important to so many individuals? Making Juneteenth an official countywide holiday would incentivize those receiving the day off to do independent research on the holiday. This fiscal implication of $2.3 million annually can be covered by the already budgeted for $8 million labor realignment reserve. Utilizing the labor reserve to officially recognize this holiday would have a comparably sizable impact on our community. Thank you, Board of Supervisors, for your time.
Our next speaker is Sasha Richardson. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hello, everyone. My name is Sasha Richardson, and I'm a community worker at the African American Community Service Agency, as well as a Santa Clara County native. Making this an official county holiday would show Santa Clara County residents the significance of the day. Not many people understand the power in Juneteenth, and this is why we're over here fighting for it. It would incentivize those receiving the day off to do their research, to figure out why it means so much to so many people. Knowing that the fiscal implication of $2.3 million annually can be covered by the already $8 million budget, we need to make sure we're taking proper action. These are lives and history that we're talking about. This is not simply a story that was told by one. This is a story by millions that built this nation and actually came here and made it profitable for many people. So what I'm asking is to make sure that we're supporting this and that Juneteenth become a paid holiday for all. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jerome Holloway. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, my name is Jerome Holloway. I'm a student at San Jose State University, and I am also a finance intern here at the African American Community Service Agency. I feel like it's important that we, make this a countywide holiday due to the fact that, people are misinformed about how Black people have came to America and what we've been through. So I feel like it's really important for the future references as well. So people who aren't of Black culture, they can learn, and Juneteenth will become just a holiday like Christmas as well. So I feel like something we can work towards too, and it would be really great. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Kenny Jackson. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hello, my name is Kenny Jackson. I'm a student at SJSU, an intern at the African American Community Service Agency, and I am here to also express my support for making Juneteenth a county-wide paid holiday. It's important for us to celebrate our history, celebrate Black people, our freedom, and it's also a way for everyone to learn about this holiday. It's been swept under the rug for so many years. We all celebrate Black culture. We celebrate our wins. I think it's important for us to celebrate this holiday as well. Thank you. And
our next speaker is Melissa Martinez. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, my name is Melissa Martinez.
Go ahead.
And I am speaking on behalf of my son, Victor, who is currently housed at the Santa Clara County Main Jail North. He is participating in the hunger strike. We, the families and the community, ask you, the Board of Supervisors, to please adopt the proposal and defund the DA's gang unit and gang prosecutions and end gang enhancements. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Maggie Santillan. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking. Maggie, I see your microphone is on, but we're not hearing you. Maggie, are you there? We will come back to Maggie. Our next speaker is Ariadna Luna. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
First of all, I wanted to thank all the supervisors. I also wanted to address the fact that replacing one holiday for another is extremely unappreciated. Minorities should not have to overshadow each other, especially if it represents the history in which the U.S. is on today. This is why Juneteenth should be the 13th holiday. We, the people, know the funds are available in order for this to be a paid holiday. As much as we would love for the funds to go directly into the community, a day to reflect their history comes at a greater value, and the time is now. Thank you.
Our next speaker is AACSA. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hello, my name is Kathy Blake, and I'm a resident of District 4. My comments are brief. The objective of passing the day Juneteenth, the day as a paid holiday, is to highlight the significance of the day to the residents of the community and the county. Juneteenth has been hosted by the AACSA for the past 39 years in Santa Clara County. I'm asking the board to show the county that the board truly embraces the diversity of its residents by keeping Cesar Chavez holiday as a holiday and adding Juneteenth to this list of holidays of a diverse community. If not now, when? See us and hear us. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Milan Valentin. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Thank you, Board of Supervisors, for all the work that you are taking on. On behalf of the African American Community Service Agency and the 39 years of community involvement to celebrate Juneteenth and recognize Juneteenth, we ask you to pass it as a county paid holiday. Juneteenth is one of the last festivals representing the African American community in the South Bay. We have brought together small businesses and vendors, community-based organizations, government, nonprofits, and held health fairs and resource information at the Juneteenth in the Park Festival. Community members often ask, where's the Black community? And they come to Juneteenth and they say, this is where our community is, educating everyone and anyone that comes to the festival. We want to see this happen for June 19, 2021, where we all can get together and celebrate the history of African Americans and our engagement and our uplift in the community here in Santa Clara County.
Next speaker is Scott Largent. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Thank you, everyone. Good afternoon, Scott Largent. I really like to hear all the participation today. It's kind of what I used to call the shock and awe, where you kind of got to crash public comment, get everybody to call in and try to get the board to pay attention. They're not going to listen. This police reform thing, it's not going to happen. They're going to vary a couple other holidays. They're never really going to pay attention. It's called healing illusions. Our judicial system is a toilet here in Santa Clara County. We don't help reunite families. We don't give people drug treatment. We maliciously prosecute people. And the stuff that's running out of our DA's office is absolutely shameful. So what is the public going to do? Civil and peacefully protest. And sometimes it does require shutting things down. And I would recommend getting a group together, get out in front of this county building in numbers, and start demanding what you want from your government, because you people don't pay attention.
Our next speaker is Elizabeth Sudano. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking. Elizabeth, go ahead and unmute yourself. Elizabeth Sudano, we will come back. Our next speaker is Kelly Gamboa. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
My name is Kelly Bueno Gamboa, and I'm a member and co-founder of the Red Earth Women's Society. We're a group of Native women who gather together to do community service and healing. I just want to talk on behalf of the Juneteenth holiday proposal. I think it's really vital that our county, our city, recognize the important contribution that the Black African American community has given us. the richness of the culture, I've always been proud to be a member of, to be a citizen of San Jose. I was born here. I've always been proud of the diversity that we share here. And I hope that I can continue in feeling that pride if the Board of Supervisors can support the Juneteenth proposal. I think switching out to, from one to another is a really bad idea and would just cause a lot of upset in the communities. But I completely support, and the women support it.
Let's try Maggie one more time. Maggie, I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking. Maggie, again, I see your microphone on, but we are not hearing any audio. We're going to try Elizabeth. Elizabeth, I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hello, my name is Elizabeth Sudano. I'm a member of Showing Up for Racial Justice at Sacred Heart, and I'm a voter in District 4. In honor of all those loved ones and neighbors who have been snatched away forcefully and violently by law enforcement, we ask the Board of Supervisors to divest from the harms of the criminal punishment system and to invest the resources into Black and Brown community-led models of safety and well-being. We speak in solidarity with those in the jails on hunger strike for DBUG's Protect Your People budget of Santa Clara County and ask that jail administrators meet with those hunger strikers. Thank you.
So I think that's all of our speakers on this item. I'm understanding from James Williams that there's no action to be taken under 154 unless there are any questions about reports, that the discussion of Juneteenth and any action items under the rest of the budget will all be under 155. Is that accurate, James?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. So with that, I'm going to see if there are any questions under 154. Most of them I do think fall under 155 because the new material is connected to the current material. So may I move to 155 with my colleagues? Okay. What I'd like to have the staff do is briefly overview the recommendations they're making. I will then go to public comment. I will then come back to the board for discussion and action.
A point of order.
Yes, sir.
When you say staff briefly go over prior to public comment, do you mean item by item under 155?
Right, just to explain what they are. And as an example, Supervisor, my understanding is that if we were to take action on the reserve for Juneteenth, for example, that would be under 155A. And so I wanted the staff just to explain what we were voting on under each of those. We would only take public comment over 155 as a whole, but that way people would, or maybe not, but that way people could understand the different components that are under 155.
But essentially we would have one item, one vote, one item, one vote. Is that the idea?
I think that's up to the board, but that would be my recommendation.
All right, I just wanted to gauge my expectations for how to participate. Thank you.
Yeah, and what I would say, Supervisor, to all my colleagues, that 155 is one item, but all items could be bifurcated. And the reason for that is we're going to take public comment on 155 overall, and then go through and take action.
Yeah, I guess I'm a little confused, and it's probably partially because of the way my own packet is set up, meaning, by me and my office, as to sort of the sequence we would take 155 maybe that's the second question. The first question would be, given the public testimony and the various different items it's been on, for example, jail reform, just to pull that item out as an example, I'm not clear where we have an opportunity to take that up or make any final suggestions or inquiries. So I guess what I'm hearing you say is the staff will tee that up for us by saying something about it, or are there?
So that's a good question. The way this is structured is that under A, that is, and this is partly why I wanted Dr. Smith just to make sure I'm accurate, is that under item A is the final tally as the staff is recommending to the board. items B and C and D are all actions relative to the deletion or addition of any positions, and they're all merged together. So what I would like to do, if it's comfortable for my colleagues, is just let the staff explain what's embedded in each. And then under what I would recommend we do, and this is a little confusing in the sense that, again, because we didn't have full budget hearings, we didn't really dive in under each section and then wrestle it to the ground. We took action to move to the discussion on Friday. So in any case, the staff will explain what's embedded in each, and then I will go to the public for comment. Then I will go to the board for action. Any issues that the board would like to raise of any subject matter that is within our purview to vote on today can be raised under item 155. Now, to make it clear, given that there were some areas of contention from our previous discussion, is that I would like to recommend that we pull out and highlight some of those. So for example, Juneteenth was one that we had quite a lot of discussion on. The budget, the district attorney and Dr. Smith were sent back to try to work on coming up with a more fulsome agreement. We want to let that discussion happen. The sheriff has also sent a memorandum based on the discussion we had yesterday. So what I'd like to do is take all of those items where there's areas of concern. There's 4 that I've highlighted. The 4th one is around the position in probation. And then also, because a number of those issues were resolved or have been resolved in this document as highlighted under item 154. So is that clear to everybody? Yeah, okay.
To the chair, and I'm even clearer if I know that you're going to literally say, now let's move to Juneteenth, now let's move to DA, just so we.
Yeah, just because it's all smushed in, that's the way I'd like to do it. I mean, there's a better word than smushed. It's integrated. It's all integrated in. All right.
For me, that's clear. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Supervisor Simitian.
Thank you. On that point, Madam Chair, I just want to ask staff, I'm looking at our agendized 155A, and I agree with you. It's a little tough to know what is tucked in where, in part because the references to other documents. If staff could indicate if that is the right place for the Juneteenth conversation at the outset, that would be helpful. I
think I just said that, and the staff told me that. So can someone just affirm that for supervisors?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I'll try to clarify. Item A is the final modification to the budget with attachments. And essentially what this is the actual allocations of anticipated revenues, everything that's changed since June when the board approved the recommended budget. So this is a elucidation of the changes that have happened that we as staff have realized, plus including all of the issues during the budget hearings that we just had that were raised by the board members and agreed to by the board members. So if you have a discussion or a recommendation regarding those expenditures or anticipated revenues, you should raise it during A. I will tell the board that based on budget law, California Budget Act, if there's any change in the estimations of revenue or allocations that cross budget units, we will have to, and the board wants to do that, we'll have to come back at a future continuation of the budget hearing. However, issues that are not changing, moving money from one budget unit to another, in actions that would merely designate usages of money in a budget unit that currently exists do not require us to come back for a hearing. Then the other items in 155, B, C, D, and E, well, B, C, and D, I'm sorry, are salary ordinances. Again, this is the salary action and position action taken based on what's summarized in A. And again, if the board wants to change the position structure, that has to come back with a new ordinance. Number E, or letter E, is the adoption of the budget for the special districts, which is obviously included, but we spent very little time talking about because it's not related to the general fund. So it's county and special districts. So I hope I clarified that. If you want to talk about Juneteenth and denominating some other or some revenue or expenditure for that, that would be during A.
And thank you, Dr. Smith. And is that all in consequence of your memo dated August 21st, 2020, to Board of Supervisors from Jeffrey V. Smith, MD, JD, County Executive, recommended action, approve the County Executive's FY 2020-21 recommended budget as modified by the final tabulation of expenses and revenues related to the County Executive's fiscal year 2021 recommended budget? Is that the sort of document to which the agenda refers?
Yes, and I was planning on going through that page by page if you would like.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the clarity. I'll have some more questions at the end, but why don't I wait until we hear from staff?
All right. Everybody else okay? We know where we're going? You're confused, Mike? We're not okay. We're all gonna be okay. All right, I'm gonna Supervisors Committee, do you have any other comments or questions?
Not at this time, Madam Chair. As I indicated a moment ago,
I just was asking because I'm lowering your hand, that's all.
Thank you, appreciate it.
All right, so what I'm gonna do is the staff began to explain what was in front of us. I'm gonna ask them to do it in a little more depth, walk the board through each section. What I'd like to ask the board is if we could hold questions unless something is confusing, then we'll go to the public and then we're going to come back to the board. I'm going to suggest to the public, if you've already spoken on an item, to ask you not to do that again. Part of the reason I let everybody speak under public comment is just recognizing that it is a little bit, the document's a bit confusing. All right, Dr. Smith, we're going to go through A, B, C, D, and E.
Right. So probably best to follow me under the memo that was just referred to. If the board desires, I could put it up on the screen if you'd like.
Whatever, Dr. Smith, whatever you think is going to make it most clear would be great.
Maybe I'll put it up on the screen just to try to make it more clear. You should be able to see.
Yeah, we have
the
it.
August 21 memo. Is that it?
We have it.
Okay. So again, this recommends modifications to the recommended budget that you received and approved in June of this year. The modifications have to do with new estimates of revenue and expenditures, correction of any errors, making sure that we reallocate what the board has already done during June and August, and then probably most importantly, looking at what the board asked us to change based on the hearings, the 3 days of budget hearings. And I'll go step by step. Number one is the action that the board told us to do to change the allocation of 952.8 thousand to the registrar of voters that was represented as ongoing in our original recommendation. The board asked us to make it into one time, so that changes that. Then there were a number of items related to the management auditor's report that are included. This number 2 has to do with the changing of the utilities budget by 774,346. Number 3 is, excuse me, the board asked us not to reduce the community health budget, which is where the some of the CBO contracts lie. And so we're recommending, as the board directed, it was under the motion of Supervisor Semidian, to put that off until later. So that's that reduction was restored. Proposed reduction was restored. Number 4 is the contracts in social services. And these are contracts that the board was not wanting to reduce. That is, they were not wanting to reduce the maximum financial obligation. So we are backfilling that recommendation with general fund one-time reserves until February to give us time to sit down with the contractors, come up with a plan that more represents what the board discussed. I think the board understood that there was the reason that staff had originally recommended these reductions had to do with the fact that the contractors were not utilizing the full extent of the maximum financial obligation, and we thought we could right-size them. And since the board didn't want to do that, we'll backfill them with one-time funds while we sit down and come up with a plan that we think can be more representative of what the board would like. And we will be acting in mid-year on that, making a recommendation on that. Number 5, I won't try to go through in complexity, but there were a number of contracts in behavioral health that we'll talk about a little bit later under AB 109. However, there is also position deletions. And after talking with the department, we programmed a new program manager back into the salary ordinance and continued to recommend removing the ones in red. So a total savings you can see there, and a reduction in the total net position loss. Questions about impact, we can ask Sherry about that. Number 6 is represents our discussion with the district attorney. We had a good discussion, but we fundamentally disagree on some issues that we could not recommend to the board. We still recommend reduction of positions. However, there are 2 positions that are backfilled or paid for by grant funding, REACT funding, and others. So we're removing those from the recommended reduction list. The DA has other recommendations, mostly having to do with defunding positions, or essentially doing a negative allocation in the department, which I think we've made clear from a staff perspective doesn't really make the commitment long-term structural or solving long-term structural deficits, because a negative allocation is a one-time event. It's not a ongoing event. We'll talk more about that later when the DA comes up. Number 7, we were asked by the board to put all of the AB 109 changes into one package. So this recommendation crosses different departments. I will try to explain it from a high level perspective. If you need more detail, certainly ask. As you know, the AB 109 funding, the revenue coming from the state is reducing. And our original plan before the hearings was to try to develop a Medi-Cal funding mechanism for those services and personnel costs, because Medi-Cal has changed their program to function more like a health maintenance organization for behavioral health and special reimbursements. We're pretty confident that can happen, but I understand the board was not actually happy with the reduction plan. So what we're recommending is that, again, we backfill the difference between what we can rely upon from AB 109 funding and the costs until March 1st, which will give us time to develop the Medi-Cal plan. This will be for all of the personnel costs that typically in the past were paid for by AB 109, which were on the reduction list. Not all of them were on the reduction list, but the ones that were on the reduction list, plus the contracts that were paid through AB 109. So essentially holds the actual programs harmless while we develop a new revenue source, essentially different from our original recommendation in the sense that we were planning or recommending the reductions first and then developing the new revenue source. This would leave the current status and develop the revenue source and then change the reduction plan at that point, keeping all of the programs intact. That was probably more confusing than it needed to be. So the rest of it restates much of that function. And then we have, this is a budget balancing document, which shows that we maintain our effort to reduce the ongoing structural deficit by roughly 100 million, which is down here at the bottom. It also shows the changes that we've seen from the past actions of the state. And this $8 million here is a reserve established for labor and realignments, which we do every year based on the fact that we know throughout the year there will be realignments and new labor costs. And we also know that we have not finished all of our labor negotiations, so we put in a placeholder. You know, it could be more, it could be less, but 8 million's a good number based on our history. And then at the end of this memo, there's the tabulations, which show where in the yellow where we've changed things from what we recommended to you on the 17th to now, based on what the board has asked for. Do you want more information than that?
Jeff, perhaps what you could touch on, if you don't mind, is that so you've just touched on your overall memo. And if you could just touch on what B, C, and D do relative to your memo, because if we adopt A, we're adopting the final tabulations, which is this. And then B and C and D are all the deletions or adds to that operationalize this part of the budget. Is that accurate?
Yeah, you have to adopt the tabulations which indicate to you and to the public and the budget officers what is anticipated revenue and where the allocations are made. And then you have to adopt the first reading of the salary ordinances, which are the B, C, and D, so that you can implement the position changes that are incorporated in the recommendations so that
Great.
they go together, they're married.
So to my colleagues, what I would like to do based on what Dr. Smith just said is queue up for discussion the areas where there was significant discussion from our colleagues. And if I left any out, what I'm gonna say is when it's your turn to speak, you can raise those. But the areas where we had new or more information was Juneteenth, the district attorney's office, the sheriff's office, and we didn't get new information from probation, but I do, because we had speakers on CSEC, I wanted to raise that. And then if there were any other questions on behavioral health, those were the buckets where there was the most discussion. If there's any other bucket, when it's your turn to speak, or actually even now, lay them out, and that way the staff will be prepared to respond to questions. If not, what I'm going to do is go to the public and then come back to the board. Supervisor Cortese?
This time for questions on the items, or I heard you just say, or I'll go to the public, but I can hold my question.
What I was saying is, was there any other category that we want to make sure gets discussed? And if so, let us know now, just so staff can start mentally preparing. But I'm going to go to the public speakers before there's discussion from the board.
I think I'm good. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm now going to go to the public speakers, and I'll ask the clerk to assist. Thank you.
Our first speaker is Maisha Taylor. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Thank you. Thank you. My name is Maisha Taylor, and I'm calling from the African American Community Service Agency. And I have to say, if not during a pandemic, I'm here to speak on behalf of making Juneteenth a county paid holiday. On Cesar Chavez Day, brown and black communities do not take a day off. Si se puede. On Martin Luther King Day, the community by no means takes a day off. In fact, the African American Community Service Agency hosts an annual MLK luncheon now for the last 41 years, and I invite the board to personally invest in this small token. On a larger token, when it comes to speak of budget and putting money aside and allocating from other areas and other buckets, please consider that we serve these buckets already and we're looking for more support. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Anna Z. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good afternoon. My name is Anna Zeiger, and I'm a member of Showing Up for Racial Justice at Sacred Heart, and I live in District 5. Meeting needs must come before criminalizing them. In honor of all of those loved ones and neighbors who have been snatched away forcefully and violently by law enforcement, we ask the Board of Supervisors to divest from the harms of the criminal punishment system and to invest the resources into Black and Brown community-led models of safety and well-being. We speak in solidarity with those in the jails on hunger strike for DBUG's Protect Your People budget of Santa Clara County and ask that jail administrators meet with those hunger strikers. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Megan Swift. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hello, my name is Megan Swift, and I'm a member of Showing Up for Racial Justice at Sacred Heart, and I am a local voter in District 4. In honor of all those loved ones and neighbors who've been snatched away forcefully and violently by law enforcement, we ask the Board of Supervisors to divest from the harms of the criminal punishment system and to invest the resources into Black and Brown community-led models of safety and well-being. We speak in solidarity with those in the jails on hunger strike for DBUG's Protect Your People budget of Santa Clara County and ask that jail administrators meet with those hunger strikers now. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Ellen Tyler. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
My name is Ellen Tyler. I'm a member of Showing Up for Racial Justice at Sacred Heart, and I live in District 3. In honor of all those loved ones and neighbors who have been snatched away forcefully and violently by law enforcement, we ask the Board of Supervisors to divest from the harms of the criminal punishment system and to invest the resources into Black and Brown community-led models of safety and well-being. We speak in solidarity with those in jails on hunger strike for DBUG's Protect Your People budget of Santa Clara County and ask that jail administrators meet with those hunger strikers. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Michaela. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
My name is Michaela Swift, and I stand with Showing Up for Racial Justice at Sacred Heart. In honor of all those loved ones and neighbors who have been snatched away forcefully and violently by law enforcement, we ask the Board of Supervisors to divest from the harms of the criminal punishment system and to invest the resources into Black and Brown community-led models of safety and well-being. We speak in solidarity with those in the jails on hunger strike for DBUG's Protect Your People budget of Santa Clara County and ask that jail administrators meet with those hunger strikers. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Leslie Zeiger. Please, I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
My name is Leslie Zeiger, and I'm a member of Showing Up for Racial Justice at Sacred Heart, and I live in District 5. As a parent and teacher, I know the importance of meeting vulnerability with empathy, not punishment. In honor of all of those loved ones and neighbors who have been snatched away forcefully and violently by law enforcement, we ask the Board of Supervisors to divest from the harms of the criminal punishment system and to invest the resources into Black and Brown community-led models of safety and well-being. We speak in solidarity with those in the jails on hunger strike for DBUG's Protect Your People budget of Santa Clara County and ask that jail administrators meet with those hunger strikers. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Adam Swift. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
My name is Adam Swift, and I stand with Showing Up for Racial Justice at Sacred Heart, and I am a local voter in District 4. In honor of all of those loved ones and neighbors who have been snatched away forcefully and violently by law enforcement, we ask the Board of Supervisors to divest from the harms of the criminal punishment system and to invest in the resources into Black and Brown community-led models of safety and well-being. We speak in solidarity with those in the jails on hunger strike for DBUG's Protect Your People budget of Santa Clara County and ask that jail administrators meet with those hunger strikers. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Meredith Hurley. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, my name is Meredith Hurley, and I am a member of Showing Up for Racial Justice at Sacred Heart, and I'm also a voter in District 4. In honor of all those loved ones and neighbors who've been snatched away forcefully and violently by law enforcement, we ask the Board of Supervisors to divest from the harms of the criminal punishment system and to invest in the resources into Black and Brown community-led models of safety and well-being. We speak in solidarity with those in the jails on hunger strike for debugs, protect your people budget of Santa Clara County, and ask that jail administrators meet with those hunger strikers now. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Caitlin H. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
My name is Caitlin Hannon. I am a member of Showing Up for Racial Justice at Sacred Heart, and I am a local voter in District 4. It is unjust that as a white person, my privilege allows me to come into contact with law enforcement without having to fear that my life is in danger or my rights are going to be violated. In honor of all those loved ones and neighbors who have been snatched away forcefully and violently by law enforcement, we ask the Board of Supervisors to divest from the harms of the criminal punishment system and to invest in the resources into Black and Brown community-led models of safety and well-being. We speak in solidarity with those in the jails on hunger strike for debugs protect your people budget of Santa Clara County and ask that jail administrators meet with those hunger strikers. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jen Meyer. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
My name is Jen Meyer and I'm a member of Surge at Sacred Heart. My nephew is Black, and even though he's only 18 and has upper middle class privilege, he has been stopped and frisked by police multiple times. And those of us who love him fear every day that one of those encounters might be his last. Structural racism is weaponized policing against communities of color historically and still today. From the racially disproportionate number of deaths from COVID-19 or economic devastation of the crisis, or the fact that even a global pandemic can't slow the rate of state violence against communities of color, we see the reality of whose lives are treated as disposable. In honor of all those loved ones and neighbors who have been snatched away forcefully and violently by law enforcement, we ask you to divest from the criminal punishment system and to invest resources into Black and Brown community-led models of safety and well-being. We speak in solidarity with those in the jails on hunger strike for debugs protect your people budget of Santa Clara County, ask that jail administrators meet with those hunger strikers and that you align your budget priorities with that budget. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Lev. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hello, my name is Lev Zeiger. I'm a member of Showing Up for Racial Justice at Sacred Hearts, and I live in District 5. In honor of all of those loved ones and neighbors who have been snatched away forcefully and violently by law enforcement, we ask the Board of Supervisors to divest from the harms of criminal punishment system and to invest in the resources in Black and Brown community-led models of safety and well-being. We speak in solidarity with those in the jails on hunger strikes for debugs protect your people budget of Santa Clara County and ask that jail administrators meet with those hunger strikes. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Alexis McNabb. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hello, my name is Alexis McNabb, and I'm a member of Surge at Sacred Heart and a resident of San Jose. I'm calling in support of Silicon Valley Debugs Protect Your People budget, and I urge all board supervisors to read it and align your budget to its recommendations in honor of all those loved ones and neighbors who've been snatched away forcefully and violently by law enforcement. We ask the Board of Supervisors to divest from the harms of the criminal punishment system and to invest in resources for Black and Brown community-led models of safety and well-being. We also speak in solidarity with those in the jails on hunger strike for debugs protect your people budget of Santa Clara County and ask that jail administrators meet with those hunger strikers. I have been so moved listening to the incarcerated community members and their families calling in today. Please meet their bravery and commitment with respect and action. Thank you.
Our next speaker is the Lawrence family. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, my name is Corey Lawrence, and I am a member of Showing Up for Racial Justice at Sacred Heart, and I'm a local voter and resident of District 1. In honor of all those loved ones and neighbors who have been snatched away forcefully and violently by law enforcement, we ask the Board of Supervisors to divest from the harms of the criminal punishment system and to invest the resources into Black and Brown community-led models of safety and well-being. We speak in solidarity with those in the jails on hunger strike for DBUG's Protect Your People budget of Santa Clara County and ask that jail administrators meet with those hunger strikers. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Warren. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hello, my name is Warren Wasato, and I'm a member of Showing Up for Racial Justice at Sacred Heart. I've been a voting resident of District 3 for 30 years. In honor of all those loved ones and neighbors who have been snatched away forcefully and violently by law enforcement, we ask the Board of Supervisors to divest from the harms of the criminal punishment system and to invest the resources into Black and Brown community-led models of safety and well-being. We speak in solidarity with those in the jails on hunger strike for DBUG's Protect Your People budget of Santa Clara County and ask the jail administrators meet with those hunger strikers now. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Catherine. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hello, my name is Catherine Ono, and I'm a member of Showing Up for Racial Justice at Sacred Heart. I live and vote in District 4. In honor of all those loved ones and neighbors who have been snatched away forcefully and violently by law enforcement, we call on the Board of Supervisors to divest from the harms of the criminal punishment system and to invest the resources into Black and Brown community-led models of safety and well-being. We speak in solidarity with those in the jails on hunger strike for DBUG's Protect Your People budget of Santa Clara County and ask that jail administrators meet with those hunger strikers. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Linda Stewart. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hello, my name is Linda Stewart. I'm a member of Showing Up for Racial Justice at Sacred Heart, and I live and vote in District 4. I was in tears earlier this afternoon listening to the hunger strikers about the injustices they are facing and the sheriff's stonewalling and refusal to meet with them. This cannot stand. In honor of all the loved ones and neighbors who have been snatched away forcefully and violently by law enforcement, I'm joining the many other voices you've heard today to ask the Board of Supervisors to divest from the harms of the criminal punishment system and to invest the resources into Black and Brown community-led models of safety and well-being. We speak in solidarity with those in the jails on hunger strike for DBUG's Protect Your People budget of Santa Clara County and ask that jail administrators meet with those hunger strikers now. You have the opportunity to make a meaningful difference in the lives of our most vulnerable communities and to make our county a trailblazer in fixing a broken system. Please do so. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Sabine Lawrence. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good afternoon. My name is Sabine Lawrence. I am a member of Showing Up for Racial Justice at Sacred Heart, and I am a local voter and resident of District 1. In honor of all of those loved ones and neighbors who have been snatched away forcefully and violently by law enforcement, we ask the Board of Supervisors to divest from the harms of the criminal punishment system and to invest the resources into Black and Brown community-led models of safety and well-being. We speak in solidarity with those in the jails on hunger strike for DBUG's Protect Your People budget of Santa Clara County and ask that jail administrators meet with those hunger strikers. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Nicole Boaz. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hello, my name is Nicole Boaz, and I'm a member of Showing Up for Racial Justice at Sacred Heart, and I live in District 2. In honor of all those loved ones and neighbors who have been snatched away forcefully and violently by law enforcement, we ask the Board of Supervisors to divest from the harms of the criminal punishment system and to invest the resources into Black and Brown community-led models of safety and well-being. We speak in solidarity with those in the jails on hunger strike for DBUG's Protect Your People budget of Santa Clara County, and we ask that jail administrators meet with those hunger strikers. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Michelle C. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
My name is Michelle Coleman. I am a member of Showing Up for Racial Justice at Sacred Heart, and I am a voter in District 4. As a white woman, I have never been in the crosshairs of the carceral state, but in good conscience, I cannot stay silent in the face of the suffering of my neighbors and the great injustices against them. In honor of all those loved ones and neighbors who have been snatched away forcefully and violently by law enforcement, we ask the Board of Supervisors to divest from the harms of the criminal punishment system and to invest the resources into Black and Brown community-led models of safety and well-being. We speak in solidarity with those in the jails on hunger strike for DBUG's Protect Your People budget of Santa Clara County and ask that jail administrators meet with those hunger strikers. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Kim Guptill. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
My name is Kim Guptill, and I'm a member of Surge at Sacred Heart and a D4 voter. I hope you are all listening. This needs to be a tipping point. In honor of all of those loved ones and neighbors who've been snatched away forcefully and violently by law enforcement, we ask that the BOS divest from the harms of the criminal punishment systems and invest in the resources into the Black and Brown community-led models of safety and well-being. We speak in solidarity with those in the jails on hunger strike for DBUG's Protect Your People budget, of Santa Clara County, and ask the jail administrators meet with those hunger strikers. We will keep showing up for our Black and Brown neighbors, and we will join them in holding you accountable.
Our next speaker is Chloe Bacon. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
My name is Chloe Bacon. I'm a member of Surge at Sacred Heart and a resident of District 4. As a social worker, I've seen firsthand how the negative impact of interactions with police and periods of incarceration last a lifetime. Conversely, I've seen that firsthand the positive impact that supportive housing and quality behavioral health services can make. In honor of all of those loved ones and neighbors who have been snatched away forcefully and violently by law enforcement, we ask the Board of Supervisors to divest from the harms of the criminal punishment system and to invest the resources into Black and Brown community-led models of safety and well-being. We speak in solidarity with those in the jails on hunger strike for DBUG's Protect Your People budget of Santa Clara County and ask that jail administrators meet with those hunger strikers. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Lauren Renaud. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, my name is Lauren Renaud. I'm a member of Showing Up for Racial Justice, and I live in District 2. Budgets are moral documents. The county has an opportunity to move in the right direction and reduce rather than increase our sheriff, DA, and incarceration budgets. This has always been true, and the outpouring of actions and demands this summer should only reinforce this point. DBUG's families, that is parents of those locked up in jail and juvenile hall, the formerly incarcerated, those whose loved ones were killed by police after calling 911 for mental health support, have based this budget on their shared experiences and have put together comprehensive demands I encourage you to adopt. In honor of all those loved ones and neighbors who've been snatched away forcefully and violently by law enforcement, we ask the board to divest from harms of the criminal punishment system and invest resources into Black and Brown-led models of safety and well-being. We also speak in solidarity with those in the jail on hunger strike for DBUG's Protect Your People budget and ask jail administrators to meet with those hunger strikers. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Elisa Koff-Ginsburg. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good afternoon. I'm Elisa Koff-Ginsburg with the Behavioral Health Contractors Association. Thank you, supervisors, for your strong statement on the importance of behavioral health services and for your call to take on challenges that could be leading to any resources being underutilized. We are ready to engage in that effort. We appreciate the county administration including the critical need of a community crisis response in their updated budget memo and proposing a first step, adding a program manager too. Today, BHCA urges you to direct ESA to prioritize the filling of this position over others as crisis calls continue every day. A clear timeline is needed to developing a community response. If the Program Manager 2 position is not filled within 60 days, we call on the county to utilize alternative means to move this project forward. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Lori Catcher. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, my name is Lori Catcher. I too am a member of Showing Up for Racial Justice at Sacred Heart, and I am a local voter in District 2. I first want to thank you supervisors for serving our public during these challenging times. During these challenging times, you also have amazing opportunities to support Silicon Valley Debug's Protect Your People budget of Santa Clara County. I'm here because I believe that every human being deserves compassion, dignity, and respect. No body is disposable. In honor of all those loved ones and neighbors who have been snatched away forcefully and violently by law enforcement, we ask the Board of Supervisors to divest from the harms of the criminal punishment system and to invest in resources into the Black and Brown community-led models of safety and well-being. We speak in solidarity with those in the jails on hunger strike for Debug's Protect Your People budget of Santa Clara County and ask that jail administrators meet with those hunger strikers now.
Our next speaker is Law Foundation. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, this is Allison Brunner from the Law Foundation of Silicon Valley. Thank you for restoring the proposed funding reductions for the Law Foundation's Foster Youth Education Rights Project. Our advocacy for special education services and against school expulsions for foster youth who are disproportionately students of color advances race equity and improved educational outcomes. We appreciate your acknowledgement that these services are more critical than ever, especially during the COVID-19 crisis, and we think that will bear out when revisited mid-year. Recognizing that these are enormously difficult times, we are encouraged by the board and the administration's leadership and positive discussions for the Divest Invest framework, including the Protect Your People budget, as a path forward to addressing systemic racism. We urge you to adopt a commitment to that approach and look forward to partnering on continued progress. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mark Murray. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good afternoon, supervisors. Mark Murray with AFSCME Local 1587. Reducing incarceration in favor of community supervision is a widely shared value for those of us seeking a more just system. Enhancing probation services is vital for these reform efforts to be successful. That is why I was so disappointed by the targeting of probation officer positions to meet the county's budget reduction target. These cuts will reduce services and harm our efforts. Recognizing that some positions must be cut due to the budget crisis, it is my request the board consider maintaining 3 probation officer positions slated for deletion. First, the CSEC position for the many reasons articulated by previous speakers. And second, the 2 probation officer positions funded by AB 109. We have seen a significant increase to the number of people being released from state prison who will require both supervision as well as support services. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Nancy Cavallones. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
My name is Nancy Cavallones. I'm a member of Showing Up for Racial Justice at Sacred Heart, and I live and vote in District 1. In honor of all of those loved ones and neighbors who have been snatched away forcefully and violently by law enforcement, we ask the Board of Supervisors to divest from the harms of the criminal punishment system and to invest the resources into Black and Brown community-led models of safety and well-being. We speak in solidarity with those in the jails on hunger strike for debugs, protect your people budget of Santa Clara County, and ask that jail administrators meet with those hunger strikers. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Roni Zeiger. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, my name is Ronnie Zeiger. I'm a member of Surge at Sacred Heart, and I live in District 5. I'm also a physician who believes that each of us is responsible for the well-being of our community, especially for those who have faced disproportionate harm. In honor of all those loved ones and neighbors who have been snatched away forcefully and violently by law enforcement, we ask the Board of Supervisors to divest from the harm of the criminal punishment system and to invest the resources into Black and Brown community-led models of safety and well-being. We speak in solidarity with those in the jails on hunger strike for DBUG's Protect Your People budget of Santa Clara County and ask that jail administrators meet with those hunger strikers. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Crispy. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, my name is Christine Palmieri Baumgartner. I'm a member of Showing Up for Racial Justice at Sacred Heart, and I am a local voter in District 4. Thank you, supervisors, for serving us during these very challenging times. This issue matters to me because I believe that no one is expendable or disposable. In honor of all of those loved ones and neighbors who have been snatched away forcefully and violently by law enforcement, we ask the Board of Supervisors to divest from the harms of the criminal punishment system and to invest the resources into Black and Brown community-led models of safety and well-being. We speak in solidarity with those in the jails on hunger strike for DBUG's Protect Your People budget of Santa Clara County and ask that jail administrators meet with those hunger strikers. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Kevin Ma. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. My name is Kevin Ma, and I'm a member of Surge at Sacred Heart, and I live in District 5. In honor of all those loved ones and neighbors who have been snatched away forcefully and violently by law enforcement in past weeks and past history, we ask the Board of Supervisors to divest from the harms of the criminal punishment system and to invest the resources into Black and Brown community-led models of safety and well-being. We speak in solidarity with those in the jails on hunger strike for DBUG's Protect Your People budget of Santa Clara County and ask that jail administrators meet with those hunger strikers. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Emily Hendon. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
My name is Emily Hendon, and I'm a member of Showing Up for Racial Justice at Sacred Heart. I live in District 6. In honor of all those loved ones and neighbors who have been snatched away forcefully and violently by law enforcement, we ask the Board of Supervisors to divest from the harms of the criminal punishment system and to invest the resources into Black and Brown community-led models of safety and well-being. We speak in solidarity with those in the jails on hunger strike for DBUG's Protect Your People budget of Santa Clara County and ask jail administrators meet with those hunger strikers. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Tabitha Widener. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
My name is Tabitha. I stand with Showing Up for Racial Justice at Sacred Heart, and I am a local voter. In honor of all of those loved ones and neighbors who have been snatched away forcefully and violently by law enforcement, we ask the Board of Supervisors to divest from the harms of the criminal punishment system and to invest the resources into Black and Brown community-led models of safety and well-being. We speak in solidarity with those in the jails on hunger strike for DBUG's Protect Your People budget of Santa Clara County and ask that jail administrators meet with those hunger strikers. Thank you.
Thank you. Those are all of our public speakers. Thank you, Jessica. And what we're going to do now is we're going to go back. I'm going to start with the board that in the normal way we're going to start with Juneteenth, then go to the district attorney's response, the sheriff, probation, and behavioral health. And if I left anything out, we can, my colleagues, as I call on you, please add it to the list. What I'd like to do is take each section first and, I'm sorry, go through each section and see if there are questions or actions related to those. And then I'll ask for James for your assistance about the best way to structure those. Supervisor Cortese?
Yes. Excuse me, I just lost my screen here. There we go. Thank you. Thank you, President Chavez. So on Juneteenth, I take it that's where we are as the first item. I know where we last left off was to move the receipt of the information that we received today in terms of the alternatives and options. And the board, of course, declined as of the last meeting that we had to move an actual reserve or dollar amount into the budget, or to have that come back to us as one of the items that would have been in the letter that we went over earlier. So that said, I'd like to just pick up there and indicate a couple things. One of them, in looking at John Mills' letter regarding the different options that we would have before us, which would include things like a floating holiday or swapping holidays or doing nothing or having just a freestanding additional Juneteenth holiday. It seems to me, and I would like to just frame this as a question for, I guess, Mr. Williams. It seems to me that the discussion about those options would rightfully come forward on the agenda in September when the resolution for Juneteenth holiday is currently scheduled to come back. In other words, that the discussion of a Juneteenth holiday or not would come back with these options that the board asked for at the last meeting, because that would be the date when the decision on an actual holiday would be made by the board per proper agendizing under the Brown Act. Is that and also the idea that my understanding is that council administration needed that much time to craft a resolution in the first place. Is that correct, or is that a misinterpretation of where we are in terms of agenda and Brown Act?
That's essentially correct. I think what's in front of the board now under 155A was really just the question of whether to affirmatively set aside the funding in a reserve. An actual action to create a holiday or change a holiday or the other options would be a subsequent action by the board. So really the question is in the context of the budget itself, whether to allocate a reserve for that, to have that funding be available for a potential future creation of the holiday.
So another way of saying it might be that today the outcome's either going to be that we proceed to the discussion of a holiday resolution on a September agenda, either with a reserve in place or without one, depending on what happens today.
That's right. The prior referral separately asked for a resolution to come forward. And so that's right. The question today is just whether there will be a reserve in place or not.
Okay. And so just zeroing in on that for right now, I'm going to dispatch with some questions that I have, President Chavez, that I would put forward on the day when we have the discussion on the agenda for the holiday or not, right? I have questions about how the meet and confer would work and those types of questions relative to Mr. Mills' letter. I may ask one of those along the way here at some point. I'll reserve the right. But focusing in on the reserve, having had the chance to check in with the county executive's office, my understanding, and the reason I did that was to flesh out a little bit further a comment that the county executive had made during our last meeting which went along the lines of we don't have to do the budget appropriation now, or we could create that kind of a reserve or that kind of an appropriation later. And in asking him where that might come from, especially for ongoing money like $2.3 million to fund the additional cost of the holiday, he indicated that the budget that we rolled over, so to speak, July 1st, in other words, the budget that we're operating under right now does have a significant labor reserve in it, labor cost reserve in it of about $8 million. And that reserve could be split into two pieces, $2.3 million reserve to be held for now, pending the decision as to the holiday on a going forward basis, leaving the difference, which would be $5.7 million, still in the labor reserve that he's referring to as the $8 million reserve currently. My understanding is that that reserve is essentially set aside for miscellaneous realignments prior to some of the negotiations, labor negotiations having already occurred. So it's he's comfortable with that. He would be comfortable with that outcome for today. And I should probably pause before I say anything more, but I don't want to cede the floor, but just to pause and ask Dr. Smith whether or not I stated that correctly.
Yes, Supervisor, the reserve you're talking about, like we said, and you said, is a reserve we utilize for realignments. And, you know, since we don't have we haven't settled all of our contracts and obviously haven't considered all of our realignments for the year, we always have a placeholder, and it is an ongoing reserve. So it's an ongoing revenue. So right. you could, you know, say today, you know, 2.3 of that will be held for the cost of a holiday, pending the decision about whether or not to formally create a holiday.
Yeah, no, thank you very much for that. You know, just confirming that that's the mechanics of it that would be available to us today under this line of thinking. I'm inclined, President Chavez, and I'd like at the appropriate time, I guess, you started with me, so we have to hear from other people here on this item today, but before we take action. But given the narrow question of whether we close out our work today by, you know, setting aside a reserve or not, and knowing that the amount would be $2.3 million, and knowing that Dr. Smith would be comfortable with that $2.3 million for the time being being earmarked as a piece of the so-called realignment reserve, I'd like it at the appropriate time to make that motion so that's on the floor, and then, you know, we can either support it or we can go from there. Hopefully we can get support and then just move on to what's probably going to be a much lengthier conversation in early September in terms of holiday or not.
So you don't want to make the motion now, or you do? I'm sorry.
I'm happy to make the motion now. I just said at the appropriate time, and okay. I'm happy to make it now.
Okay. So we have a motion to take 2.3 million out of the labor reserves, leaving 5.7 million in that reserve ongoing. Do we have a second? I'll make that second. So we have a motion and a second. I'm going to just go down the row. I'm going to go to Supervisor Ellenberg, then Supervisor Smitty, and then Supervisor Wasserman. Or actually, Joe had his hand up. So Susan, it's up to you. I normally.
Oh, that's fine. I'm happy to yield to Supervisor Smitty.
Okay, Supervisor Smitty.
can I interrupt for a second?
Sure.
I think what you can do legally is not take the money out, but leave it in, but separately denominated. So it's basically becomes part of the same budget unit, but it's still segregated in its usage. Because if you take it out and move it into a different budget unit, then we have to come back with a new transmittal.
President Chavez, I'm fine with that being the motion, as Dr. Smith just clarified.
Okay.
And with further saying that not only would the money be denominated, but to stay in the reserve, but be nominated for the possible holiday, but would stay there if the holiday is ultimately not approved.
Thank you. Motion, we have a second. Supervisor Simitian.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, let me just say I'm actually quite optimistic we're going to get to yes on this, notwithstanding the concern that was articulated by some of the speakers. I do have a couple of questions, and I also have a slight variation on the theme that I've been working on in the last couple of days that I think might address the goals as stated by all five of us. I want to ask my colleagues to listen carefully when I get there in a minute, because it is a little bit complicated, and if I don't articulate it clearly, I hope that either staff or colleagues will ask me one more time. If it's agreeable, to a majority of the board, great. If not, that happens. But I do think there's a way to get to yes on this, and I also think there's a way to get to yes in a way that realizes the articulated goals of all five members of the board. Dr. Smith, I just want to be clear, however, the expenditure, the set aside or the denomination as it was described of $2.3 million doesn't mean that this is a no-cost item. It still costs $2.3 million. And there is no guarantee that the remaining $5.7 million will be sufficient for the purposes that have been identified, which are realignment. And there's no guarantee you won't come back and say, gee, since we spent 2.3 on this item, we need more money to supplement what is now a reduced amount. Are all those statements accurate?
Yes, those are accurate.
Okay, so I think it's important that we not think that this is either free money or that there isn't a cost, or that we have some money freed up, because we honestly don't know yet what that $8 million will or won't cover as we go forward. I think, colleagues, again, to try and address some of the concerns that have been raised, I think we can get to yes on this. In fact, as I say, I'm pretty optimistic we are one way or another. And I think first, what I want to say is, excuse me, we can get to yes with Juneteenth as a paid holiday. And I think we can get to yes with Juneteenth being an additional holiday that is a 13th paid holiday. And those are two of the goals that I've heard articulated by at least a couple of our colleagues, that the day itself should be a holiday, and that they don't want it to be at the expense of any other holiday. But one possibility, and this is what I'd like to suggest for consideration, is that the holiday that is now the second Monday in October could be a floating holiday, which would mean that the holiday would stay in our ordinance code, but that folks would be allowed to observe the day, the second Monday, if they wish to, or take it on any other day that was convenient or preferable to them for whatever reason, including religious holidays, many of which we do not currently reflect or respect, quite frankly. In that way, Juneteenth would be a paid holiday. In that way, there would be 13 holidays. But if we made that October 2nd Monday a floating holiday, we would actually give our employees more options, not fewer. If they wanted to observe the second Monday for whatever reason, and I'll come back to that, they could. But if they had other days that they wanted to observe or use, they could. It's hard to believe that our employees would think being told what day to take as a holiday was preferable to having an option 365 or 250 days a year. I think that the second Monday in October is a particularly good candidate, in part because in our ordinance code, and I'm looking at section A25-664A, it is very clear that while some holidays are identified by virtue of the recognition on that day, including Martin Luther King birthday and including Cesar Chavez birthday, the second Monday in October is not. It's simply listed as the second Monday in October. And if you look through the county documents, sometimes there's a reference to Columbus Day, sometimes there's a reference to Indigenous Peoples Day, sometimes there's a reference to both. But as an official and legal matter, it's simply the second Monday in October. If we made it a floating holiday, then we could keep the county open on that day because some people would choose to stay, some people would choose to take the holiday, some people would choose to use another day. Folks who wanted to use that day, if they wanted to recognize Columbus Day, could do so. Folks who wanted to recognize Indigenous Peoples Day, if they wanted to on that day, could do so. Folks who wanted to observe a religious holiday or something as simple as a birthday on a different day could. More flexibility for the employees. And yet, we still get to keep Juneteenth as a paid holiday or make Juneteenth a paid holiday. We would still be adding a day, a 13th day, but we wouldn't be losing a day of service, and we wouldn't be spending $2.3 million for overtime pay because we would keep the county open that day, even as people used the floater as they saw fit. I'm making this pitch because I want us to make Juneteenth a holiday. I want to be very clear about that. I want it to be a holiday that has meaning. And as I've said before, I think that that is in large part about education and memorialization and celebration. I am prepared to let it be a 13th day. But I think there's a way to do it that doesn't mean we have to close up shop. We exist as a county primarily to serve as a social safety net for the neediest among us. And I don't think that denying services to the public on yet another day by closing up shop is a way to honor the community. I don't think incurring millions of dollars in unnecessary overtime and diverting those funds from service delivery is a way of honoring the community. Not if we can still make Juneteenth a paid holiday, not if we can still add another holiday day, but simply not close up shop and give our employees more flexibility. So that's my pitch, and I'm hoping that it was understandable. I know it was a little long, but it's I think a way to achieve everything that folks have said they wanted to achieve in the course of our prior conversations. And Madam Chair, if that is something that you want to circle back to Supervisor Cortese on either now or in a few minutes, fair enough. Or if you want to hear from Supervisor Wasserman and then speak yourself, that of course is your prerogative as chair.
So thank you. I'm going to go to Dave. Let me just ask a question. So today, the action that we're looking at taking is one that takes $2.3 million and essentially puts it in a split reserve. That's the question on the floor today. So does what you just said impact that action?
It would in fact direct that reserve be created. So I am supporting that in the approach that I've taken. But it would also ask that when we come back to have this discussion, that the board direct staff to come back and talk to us about the possibility of a floating, or simply direct them to go make that the direction in talks our employee groups, but I'm for setting the money aside today. That's the short answer on that piece.
Yeah, so what I would like to do, because we have a budget discussion today, is to, if that is an action, if you're trying to give the board additional direction, is that what your goal is with putting that idea out today?
That and the staff, and also to put some parameters around the reserve. Obviously.
Okay, so I see. So if you, thank you, that's helpful. Because what you're saying is you actually are trying to attach this action to the action that Dave has put forward for the reserve.
I'm saying that the two are not only not mutually exclusive, Madam Chair, the two are entirely compatible. And so I'd like to move them forward together.
Got it. Okay. So I just wanted to,
but I want to be very clear. I'm not, forgive the interruption. I am not trying to make the 2.3 million contingent on that action by our board. I am, however, asking my board colleagues, as we take that action, to take the additional action to direct staff to meet and confer if they feel that that's the appropriate course with the direction that I just described.
Well, the reason I'm asking the question is because the actual discussion of the creation of that holiday is agendized for another day. That's why I was trying to, so anyway, I was just trying to understand the point.
I think the county council will tell us that we can do both of those things today, Madam Chair.
James, I think you were just called out.
Yeah, so what the board can do today is set aside the reserve, and it can refer this additional option as part of the conversation of establishment of the holiday that is scheduled to come back to the board for action, and the associated administrative work necessary to tee that item up. But the board can't establish the holiday or establish a floating holiday or delete a holiday as a formal action today. But the board can create reserve, and board can direct staff on what options to bring forward at a subsequent meeting.
Thank you. I'm going to now go to Supervisor Cortese, as this was his motion. Then I'm going to go back to Supervisor Ellenberg. And Mike, I didn't forget you, but your little blue hand isn't up, but I'm assuming you're going to put your hand up in a sec. Supervisor Cortese and then Supervisor Ellenberg.
Yeah, first of all, thank you for the Q&A that just occurred, because I clarified a lot of what I would have engaged in terms of Q&A. And I'm hearing Supervisor Simidian say he doesn't want to make the creation of the reserve contingent upon a floating holiday actually becoming a reality. That he wants to make sure that there's a full vetting of this idea of a floating holiday relative to the October 2nd current holiday designation. Here's what I want to make sure we are not incompatible on in terms of my motion, in terms of what's being presented. First of all, I have a strong feeling that if indeed what Supervisor Simidian was saying, yes, we want to get to having a paid Juneteenth holiday, and yes, we can get to the point of having a paid 13th holiday, and yes, it doesn't have to be at the expense of any other holiday. Then I want to be really righteous to the Black community, particularly, and the community at large, because we heard from a lot of people today who want to see Juneteenth recognize what seem to be the various multicultural community participants and makeup and demographic makeup we have here in the community today. But to be righteous to the people who are advocating for the Juneteenth, that we don't today do anything that would make those things that we seem to be setting out to do, paid Juneteenth, 13th paid holiday, not at the expense of any other holiday, contingent on some other thing happening that they don't have any control over, or perhaps we don't have any control over, especially when it comes to things like meet and confer. So to say, yes, let's create the reserve today and attach a referral to it that Mr. Williams just described, a referral that says we need to that information and analysis should come back. And I don't remember the date of that meeting, but it's a September meeting that's set for. It was actually, I think, council administration had asked to come back with the Juneteenth resolution on that day. I'm okay with that in terms of that kind of that clarification or attaching the referral directly to the motion. What I want to say in terms of my concerns, if that's okay, you know, and they're just concerns I'm expressing now. Today's not the day when this is when these concerns are going to be resolved that I'm going to express next. But I'm concerned, of course, that our own indigenous communities here, some referring to themselves as Native American, some referring to themselves as American Indian, have been striving, moving in their own way, much like the Juneteenth movement in a parallel universe, to get October 2nd defined more clearly as Indigenous Peoples Day in this county. And my concern, we can have that discussion, and a floating holiday might work for that, to satisfy those advocates at some point. And it might not. And so my concern is if we're going to attach this referral, it's really important that in the process in the time between now and when that agenda item comes back, that outreach goes well beyond what it likely did for this meeting. And it's clear to folks who may have a stake in this floating holiday discussion around October 2nd, that you know that their interest is going to be on the table. So robust outreach is just really important. I mean, I think it would be, and I'd be shocked, I'm pretty surprised if anyone on this board disagreed with it, but to let that sneak up on anybody out there in the community. And then my other concern is, again, and I don't want to be redundant, is just that I've never talked to our labor representatives myself about that concept. I don't have any idea if it's something that might readily be accepted or embraced, or something that might be a drawn out, lengthy meet and confer process, or something that might even have to roll into another contract negotiation at some point. So I do think we would need to be prepared, again, in order to be, if we're going to make a commitment to Juneteenth, to be prepared at some point, if we have to continue moving Juneteenth forward, and potentially separate the issue of what happens with October 2nd, you know, in terms of floating holiday or not. And again, only because I've served in local government, I think we all have long enough to know that meet and confer could go quickly, or it could be, you know, a lengthy process that I don't want to end up looking like a contingency to the Juneteenth advocates, even though it wasn't intended to be one, if that makes sense. To be a de facto delay or contingency just because folks are still waiting for that answer on the floating holidays. So those are going to be thoughts that I can bring back in September when we discuss the holiday or not, the resolution or not. We don't have to determine all those things today. I readily admit it. President Chavez, you're right. We're just focused on the budget item today, but I just wanted to say I have no problem bringing that whole darn discussion back. You know, if we keep moving forward today with this budget reserve item, but those would be some of the things I think that would have to be done, particularly the robust outreach.
Thank you. I'm going to take Susan, Mike, and then I'm going to come back to you, Supervisor Simitian.
Quick question before we go, though, Madam Chair, if I could.
Well, you will. Go ahead. You jumped right in there. I was trying to get to our colleagues, but go ahead, Supervisor Simitian.
No, before the thought gets lost, Supervisor Cortese indicated a desire for robust outreach to the Indigenous community or the Native American community. Might I suggest that outreach also ought to go to the Italian American community, given the fact that the holiday is to some Columbus Day, that's the national holiday, and that's also referenced in some of our county documents and to some Indigenous Peoples Day. So I just wanted to suggest that before we left that part of the conversation, that the outreach should go perhaps to both communities who might have a stake in it, and not for October the 2nd, but for the second Monday in October. Thank you.
Yeah, I thought I was.
You did, and that includes Dia de la Raza. I'm gonna jump in here because it's 5 o'clock and we have the DA still and the sheriff and a little bit on behavioral health, and the focus today is on our budget. I'm now gonna go to Supervisor Ellenberg, then to Supervisor Wasserman, then I'll weigh in, and then hopefully we can take some action.
I would like a chance to weigh in again, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Supervisor Ellenberg.
I'm hearing the exhortation to move this along and understand that we are just talking about the budget today. So I will say, for brevity's sake, that I will support creating a reserve fund for this. I'm intrigued by Supervisor Simitian's suggestion, and we'll look forward to seeing information on that come back to us. I hear Supervisor Cortesi's concern that, and agree that we certainly don't want to pit one community against another. I also understand the tremendous value that all of our services provide every single day. And so I just want to understand better this notion of a floating holiday. If it means that 80% of our county could still take off that day, you know, or whatever percentage wants to, and celebrate and acknowledge the day. That to me seems to be of significant value. But again, as you said, we'll have the substantive conversation in December. So I'll save other comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. Supervisor Wasserman.
Hello there. Supervisor Chavez, you mentioned Dia de la Raza. Supervisor Simitian mentioned Columbus Day. Hello, my Italian brothers. And the Indigenous Peoples Day. So that's all there. The outreach is always good to do. We always want public comment, but I can guarantee you that every single person who comes who's affiliated with one of those three groups will be opposed to losing their holiday, which is, I don't believe, the intent at all of Supervisor Simitian of anyone losing their holiday. I do want to make a couple things clear for the record. Supervisor Cortese, your idea about taking 2.3 out of the realignment reserve, excuse me, Supervisor Cortese, your idea of using 2.3 out of the 8 million in the realignment, but Dr. Smith, your idea of leaving it all in that one reserve, I am in favor of that. I am in favor today of setting that money aside because I am in favor of establishing a Juneteenth holiday. I do want to say to any members of the public that are still out there, there was nobody on this board, might have been some rumor you heard somewhere else, but nobody on this board suggested Juneteenth being in place of Cesar Chavez Day at any time. I do also want to give a shout out to President Chavez. We had a young lady named Kiana Munoz earlier, and during her 60 seconds, she also mentioned taking money from the realignment reserve. So shout outs to that smart young lady. The Juneteenth holiday needs to be in June. So I was very interested in what Supervisor Simitian said, because it wasn't suggesting moving the Juneteenth holiday to the second Monday in October. It was a floating. It wasn't one in place of the other or moving the Juneteenth to October. I know for a fact it's very important for the Juneteenth holiday to be celebrated in June at that time. That's documented historical event. I get that. I also get the second Monday in October being specific for that particular time. So I'm telling you, I'm going to agree with the motion that I believe is currently to give direction that 2.3 million of money in that reserve currently set up for alignment be set aside to be used to establish a Juneteenth holiday. I'm also interested in hearing more back about Supervisor Simitian's idea about the floating. And I'll close, President Chavez, with saying, and I know we don't have timers, but I'd be well under my timer. I'm going to close by I'm going to close by saying that I'm just guessing, but I don't think a whole lot of people who were speaking today might have understood that what we're talking about is a holiday for county employees. This is the Santa Clara County making a law for county employees to have a holiday. This is not a public holiday, a state holiday, a federal holiday. It's simply for our employees. And I think that was an important point to make. Thank you. I'm done.
Thank you very much. I'm going to go to Supervisor Simitian before I make my comments.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. I just I want to underscore what a couple of folks have said, which is there's no contingency here. The request or motion from Supervisor Cortese, as I understand it, is to set the funds aside so that our board then has the ability, if needed, to use those funds for overtime for a Juneteenth holiday. To be clear, I support that motion. I'm going to say it again, lest it be misunderstood. I support that motion. What troubles me from time to time as a member of our board, Madam Chair, is that I think we sometimes do the right thing the wrong way. And I think in this case, if we did the right thing at the expense of service to the community, that would be doing the right thing the wrong way when I think there is a better way. Others may disagree as to whether or not there's a better way, but when I look in our county ordinance, Monday in October is not Columbus Day. It is not Indigenous People Day.
Excuse me, through the chair.
Simitian, I'm on it. Thank you, Mike. Supervisor Simitian, we're having a difficult time hearing you.
Thank you. And I appreciate the desire to make sure I get heard, Madam Chair. What I was saying is I am often concerned, frankly, that we do the right thing, but we do it the wrong way. And I am concerned that if we do the right thing on Juneteenth, which is to establish Juneteenth as a official formal holiday, a paid holiday, but do it when we then unnecessarily, in my view, deprive the community of services and expend funds which could be put to good use, I think there's a better way. Now, eventually the board may or may not agree. And I understand we need to have some conversation with our employee groups. But as I said earlier, I think we can have a conversation in which we point out that we're providing more flexibility, not less, by taking that approach while still continuing to provide services and still continuing to take the action that it appears all five of us want to take with respect to Juneteenth. So that's what I am asking Supervisor Cortese, if he is willing to incorporate in his motion. And if not, I'll make it as a standalone motion in a moment. I understand, Madam Chair, that we're talking about the budget today, but the budget is, of course, to pay for something. So it's wholly appropriate, in fact, necessary, that we talk about what we are paying for. And that's the topic that I'm trying to make sure doesn't get pushed aside today. And I appreciate your making time, making sure it doesn't get pushed aside. Thank you.
Supervisor Cortese, Supervisor Simitian has asked if the comment or the direction he's given can be a part of the motion that you've made.
The referral to have the information come back, I have no problem with. I would prefer it to be a separate motion, just for almost just to have it be clear and clean and separated from just the budget piece that I was trying to move. But I don't have a problem with the information coming back. I do agree with Supervisor Wasserman's brief comment about a lot of folks coming back, with concerns and opposition and everything. I think it's a wonderful thing later if we can keep the county open with the floating holiday, but it's also that very same thing that employees themselves are going to object to, among other things. So it'll be interesting to see how that plays out. But I would, President Chavez, I guess it's your prerogative ultimately as to how to take them, as long as we have no Brown Act problem taking them as two separate motions. Then I would move. I would just leave my motion, ask you to call the question on my motion, and then just move to Supervisor Smith's motion.
Okay. I'm happy to do that. Here are just a couple comments I wanted to make. I really was focused on the budget item today, and I'm really responding to one of the things that you raised, Supervisor Simidian, that I don't think any member of the board thinks this is free money. And that is a comment that you made, and I didn't hear that from anybody. I didn't get that sense. I think we all understand that there is a cost to the holiday. I think we also understand that when and if we have a day off, that there will be impacts to services. I appreciate that you've given this some thought about how to be protective of the people that we serve. But I appreciate very much these two actions being decoupled. And part of the reason for that is that, you know, I think the idea of having a discussion with our staff about, you know, the idea of some opportunity for a floating holiday, there's no downside to having a discussion with them. I'm not sure what day I would choose, and which is probably why we'll not be supporting the motion that you're putting forward. With that, I'd like to ask the clerk to take roll on on Supervisor Cortez's motion for the 2.3 within the reserve to be split. It's a part of a split reserve, and I'm using that language specifically because James Williams texted it to me. So with that, we're going to take a roll call vote.
Supervisor Ellenberg.
Yes.
Supervisor Simidian.
Aye.
Supervisor Cortese.
Aye.
Vice President Wasserman.
Aye.
President Chavez.
Yes. Supervisor Simidian, I'm going to turn to you for a second motion.
Thank you. I would simply move the board directs staff when the staff returns to our board at whatever time, but certainly in September if the item comes to us as scheduled, that in connection with the action we just took, staff lay out for us what the possibility would be for a floating holiday, and I will designate the second Monday in October, and following outreach to what I'll just describe as all interested communities and stakeholders, and specifically reference the need to be in touch with our employee groups. I will say, as part of the motion, Madam Chair, that I want staff to make the meet and confer, if that's what's necessary, happen sooner rather than later. Before such a meeting, the cost and service consequences are not inconsequential, as I've referenced. So we need to get this done. And I'll just leave the motion there and see if there's a second.
I'll be happy to second.
We have a motion and a second from Supervisor Wasserman. And is there any questions on the motion? Let's see if there are any blue hands up. Supervisor Ellenberg.
I didn't have a question. I just felt like I wanted to slow us down for a minute, because I really worry that we are opening up just another potential area of contention in our community, and that worries me. I really do understand the financial pressure here, and I just need a minute to think.
Yeah,
That's where I am.
That's fine. Is there any other comments on the motion? I did want to just, well, I'll give Ms. Ellenberg a moment to think. Supervisor Simidian, were you asking for them to have a meet and confer conversation prior to the board having a discussion on this?
I was, Madam Chair. I am.
Yeah, I'm not sure that's possible. I mean, to have a meet and confer, to reach out, yes, meet and confer, probably, that's probably a lot. But that's certainly the prerogative of the maker of the motion and the seconder of the motion. If there's no more discussion on the motion, I'm going to ask for a roll call vote.
Supervisor Ellenberg, I'm sorry, could you repeat your vote?
Didn't make it.
Oh,
Didn't
I
speak yet.
apologize.
Hold on, Jessica.
No.
Supervisor Simidian,
Smitty and I.
Supervisor Cortese,
No.
Vice President Wasserman,
Aye.
President Chavez.
No. All right, so that fails on a 3-2. And let me just say, we're gonna talk DA, sheriff, and then to my colleagues on, I pulled off probation and behavioral health just in case. I only have one issue relative to that. So we'll start with the district attorney, then go to the sheriff. I wanted to give the district attorney and Dr. Smith just a couple minutes each to sort of explain where we are, see if the board has questions or comments, and then I'm going to do the same with the sheriff, then probation and behavioral health, because the rest of this, if we can, I'd like to try to take a single action. If we can't, then please let us know. I mean, any of my colleagues could jump in at on any subject. So district attorney and then Dr. Smith.
Thank you very much, President Chavez. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak with you again about the best approach to budget reductions for the district attorney's office. As you'll recall, in Tuesday's budget hearing, the board directed the county executive's office and the DA's office to meet prior to today's hearing to see if we could find common ground. It was Supervisor Simidian's motion. I regret to report to you that the meeting was unsuccessful. As we show in our memo that we submitted this morning, we made several concessions from the DA's office, including eliminating 6 vacant positions and reducing the amount of the proposed reduction associated with vacancy savings. The CEO removed the 2 positions with no general fund impact that it had erroneously included in its original proposal, and simply moved that cut to another section of our budget. So in other words, that budgeted savings of about $400,000, when the county executive's budget director realized, well, there's not real savings there because those were state funded positions. So then they just took that $400,000 away and really further cut our budget. Our proposal honors the role of the CEO in managing the budget, but the CEO's proposal does not recognize the role of the elected DA in managing the board allocated resources of the DA's office. Another portion of the memo that we sent discusses the disagreement over the budget strategy of eliminating vacant positions as opposed to budgeting for vacancy savings. We recognize the CEO's concern is a lack of control over the filling of positions, but the hiring freeze and the hiring freeze committee gives the CEO that control. We in the DA's office have also demonstrated a record of managing our budget and positions, and we don't try to slip hires past ESA or the CEO. Budgeting for salary savings, which is what we're recommending, is already customary. Every department in the county has a salary savings factor built into its budget. And in the DA's office's case, the recommended budget from the CEO includes an additional reduction tied to vacancies. It's on page 295 of the county executive's recommended budget. Our proposal just increases the amount that's already there. The amount that's there is $1.65 million. Our proposal simply says raise that another slightly under $2 million and continue to manage it as a vacancy savings. We can manage this by managing our vacancies more actively, and we've instituted systems to do that by tracking those savings every pay period. So an ongoing budget reduction based on managing vacancy savings, that's not revolutionary. It's what the county already does. And in fact, it's what is already in the county's recommended budget on page 295 for the DA's office. All we're saying is raise that vacancy savings plan that the DA's office can manage, as the county is allowing the DA's office to manage the 1.65 million in vacancy savings, and the county's budget counts that as ongoing savings, not as one-year savings, but as ongoing savings. Finally, we do have 5 attorneys that are in temporary positions who are at risk because their temporary terms will expire. And I sent those bios to each member of the board last night. They are 3 women, 2 LGBTQ individuals, and 2 Asian American prosecutors. I want to make sure that their jobs are safe, and the proposal that I've put forward accomplishes that. I think the DA proposal provides both accountability and flexibility, and I would ask that you support it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm going to say thank you, Jeff. And can we hear from the other Jeff, Dr. Jeff and DA Jeff? Sorry about that. Dr. Smith?
Too many Jeffs. Get rid of one of us. I shouldn't say that. The only one you can get rid of is me. DA Rosen has made a proposal that I can't recommend because it doesn't balance the budget. What he's talking about is a negative appropriation or a salary savings, which is a one-time budget in statement or action, I should say. Every year we do factor in salary savings because we know that there will be time periods when individuals are not filling funded positions, but it's filtered or factored in to address the fact that people leave funded positions and therefore there's no collection. It's not an ongoing allocation. And so by doing what he's talking about, you're not solving the ongoing structural deficit. You're really just leaving it to be manipulated. I don't mean manipulated in a bad way. I'm not saying anybody's doing anything wrong. I just mean you're leaving the positions to be moved around because once they are filled, they become an ongoing expenditure. And you can't balance that ongoing expenditure against a one-time reduction in 1 year. So the other thing that's brought up by the DA, which I think is not really significant. I don't mean to discourage thinking through things, but the issue of the currently filled provisional positions. The positions don't go away if the provisional status expires, they stay there. What can be done if there's a lag of time period between the provisional status leaving and the person being appropriate to be hired is they can be put into extra help positions and be retained. So there's really no reason why anybody who's in a current provisional position would be lost and the position itself would stay there. So we're talking about eliminating vacant positions. The only way you can make an ongoing decrease in the structural deficit is by eliminating those positions. And that's why we're proposing back to you that action.
So what I'd like to do, thank you both, is I'm going to go to the board and see if there are any comments or questions. I'm going to start with Supervisor Cortese and then move on to Supervisor Ellenberg.
I'm going to pass at this time. Thank you.
Thanks. Susan?
So I'm still reeling over a vote that I wasn't able to take to support my colleague when it was something that potentially helps us save and maintain our services. And I see and I feel viscerally how critical every single dollar is right now. And I hear the district attorney, I hear that, and certainly understand that you want to be able to, and very well should have, a greater control over the way you're running your office. But I'm hearing Dr. Smith, who is looking at our budget holistically. It's entirely right and appropriate for you to advocate just for your office. That's your job. I hear him giving us a larger sense of the entire budget. And I think I'm going to have to defer to his recommendation in this case, pending anything that I hear from my colleagues that makes me feel significantly differently.
Thank you. I thank you, Susan. I'm going to just say to the public speakers, we already had public comment on item 55, and we're going just to the board's comments for the rest of this meeting. So if folks were, as you're putting your hands up, I want to make sure I'm not misusing your time. Supervisor Simidian?
No comments. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Wasserman?
Yes, please, through the chair, if I may, to DA Rosen and then to Dr. Smith, because there seems to be well, it doesn't seem, there's obviously a difference of opinion here. In a communication that I received, that was my understanding that what DA Rosen proposed, it says it saves the county 4.14 million, exactly the same amount that CEO is recommending. And I hear that from one side, and I hear that's not so from the other side. So it's not exactly an on the one hand, on the other, but what I need to hear one more time, Mr. Rosen, through the chair, is how you believe your proposal saves the I'm in favor of saving the $4.144 million that we need to balance this budget. And I need to hear from you how it does that. Then I need to hear again from Dr. Smith how it doesn't.
Yes, and so to answer your question, Supervisor Wasserman, and also to address Supervisor Ellenberg's concerns, the concessions that the DA's office has made here is to fully come up with the reductions that the county executive is recommending. So this is not a case of the DA's office saying, give us more money from another department. What we're saying is we will give the county the amount of savings that the CEO is recommending. That's number one, on an ongoing basis. What we're saying is we can get there a slightly different way through vacancy savings, which gives the DA more flexibility. And what I would point to on page 295 of the recommended budget, and I can share my screen if you want, is if you look on that page, the 1.65 million that was that reduction in the DA's office in the June budget is through vacancy savings. It's through exactly what I'm suggesting now. Those vacancy savings were counted as ongoing. And all I'm saying is allow me to count on an ongoing basis additional vacancy savings of whatever, around $2 million, which ultimately with other grant funding gets to the 4.144 million that the county executive is recommending. So, I certainly know that the county executive, I don't even know, what I don't understand is I don't know that we have a philosophical difference, because given that in the recommended budget, the county is already using allowing the DA's office to use a vacancy savings plan. We're not saying anything, we're not asking for anything new or different. We're just asking to be able to do slightly more of that to give us flexibility. So
thank you.
That's my response.
Thank you. Dr. Smith, through the chair, if I may.
Well, the difference is that a negative allocation is a one-time action. So in 1 year, yes, you might save 4 million by doing a negative allocation, but that's not ongoing. And what the problem is that we have with our structural deficit is an ongoing cost. So you have to actually delete the positions. And the DA brings up the negative allocation that we recommended back in June. And of course, that was done really realizing that we were going to come back, and here we are back and eliminate positions. Basically, we gave them a pass for 2 months to get things in order. We did the same thing with the probation department, and you can see we're proposing to eliminate positions there too. Because we're always in the administration's office trying to be respectful of the discretion of the DA and the elected officials. And we know that during their hiring cycle, they often hire at the end of the school year and have to have some reliance upon a position being there in order to hire. So if we had eliminated a bunch of positions in June budget, we would have hampered their hiring possibilities, at least for that time of the year. And I said probation, I meant public defender.
Gotcha, I appreciate that. And Madam President, I'll just conclude right now by saying, I understand the distinction between one-time and ongoing. I also know that if you do one time each year, it kind of becomes ongoing. I also would ask, I guess if James, perhaps through Jeff, I really don't know whose responsibility this comes under, but if the DA's office is not at some certain benchmark halfway through the year, don't we have the ability to say, we're cutting? We gave you the opportunity to meet these requirements by this date. Call it a mid-year budget adjustment, whatever you want to call it. But if it's not done, the understanding is that things will then be cut. Is that something through the chair, Dr. Smith or James?
So the board can certainly reduce appropriations, mid-year and make adjustments, and those adjustments can be made. I think the challenge, and this is probably what the county executive is really trying to reference, is that because of other laws, associated with our merit system and labor contracts and the framework around employee costs, it's much more difficult to make rapid reductions in object one, which is basically salaries and benefits, particularly if a position's filled. In other words, if a position is filled rather than vacant, there's a long lead time. And so you can't actually reduce your object one appropriations below, well, not only not overnight, but below the level necessary to pay for the salary and benefits of people in filled positions. And so that conversation just looks very different. So I think that's what my assessment of what you're really hearing here, as when you have a position and then those object one positions automatically escalate into the base year after year with the adjustments in negotiated contracts, in PERS, in benefits, and so forth.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Maybe I can also state my response to your question. Is that okay?
Please.
I think the issue is pretty well described by James. You have to, if a position is filled, you have to put somebody on the street in order to save money. If a position is not filled, you can delete the position and nobody goes on the street. If you did a situation where you said, let's see how it works out the way you manage your expenditures, and you miscalculate, you're talking about the only way you can reduce is by firing somebody. And the other thing is you can only keep track of your allocations retrospectively, because people get paid and then it shows up in the SAP system after they get paid. So you don't have the proactive way of knowing that they're going to reach their target or go over their target. So the only way you can make sure that you actually have ongoing savings is to eliminate the positions.
Thank you, Dr. Smith. DA Rosen, did you want to say something else? You popped up. I just wasn't sure. Did you want to give more feedback?
I would just say that very respectfully, number one, I disagree. And really the proof for that is not me. It's the recommended budget on page 295, which is saying vacancy savings is how we, get to this target. And all I'm saying is to increase that. The second thing I would say is we have a software tracking tool to track this in the DA's office. And I think part of my responsibility as an elected official is to responsibly manage my budget. And I've done that for almost 10 years, and I'll continue to do that. And I certainly have no objection to checking in 3 months or 6 months, to make sure that we're on target, because I'm very confident that we'll be able to do this. So those are my comments.
Thank you very much. What I'm going to do, thank you, District Attorney. I'm going to keep going through all of the next couple pieces, and then we'll go to the board for action if that's all right. Thank you, DA. We'll now go to the sheriffs. The sheriff wrote a memorandum to the board, and I wanted to see if the sheriff wanted to make any comments to get the discussion started.
Yes, Supervisor, I would like to make a comment if I may.
Of course, and you might just highlight the document, but you're up to you. Thank you.
A couple of things. Our budget reduction target is $37.9 million, and that's in addition to the $7 to $9 million cut that we took July 1st. If you read my budget memo, you will see that in the last 8 days, the positions that were to be cut have changed 6 different times. I saw Dr. Smith's cuts today for the first time. They're different than what we've been provided in the past. So this is one of my concerns. As I've sat here today, I've done some calculations. So this is my math, but this is how I believe at least one of the cuts lays out. Out of the sheriff's enforcement, which is all non-custody positions, we're going to have to take 143.5 people cuts. Of that, 107 are deputy sheriffs. So now here's my math. We have 420 deputy sheriff authorized positions in the sheriff's office. 298 are contracts. That's whether it's VTA, Cupertino, Saratoga, Los Altos Hills, or the courts, or any other contract we have. So if you subtract 298 from 420, that leaves 122 deputies for all of unincorporated. The county exec is recommending cutting 107 of those 122. That leaves us 15 deputies to do everything other than contracts. That means with those 15 deputies, we'll have to patrol all the unincorporated area, all the investigations, all the crimes, our civil, our training division. Those are all non-contract positions, and we only have 15 deputies left to do that. My math may not be perfect, but I think it's correct. I don't know if it's the will of the board to decrease our deputy positions by 107, knowing that we only have 122 that are non-contract positions. We have not been able to do a valid impact document because our target and our numbers have changed 6 times in the last 8 days. I would like to see a copy of any kind of staffing report that's been done by CGL When it was initially proposed, it was to do a staffing study on the jail. We worked with CGL quite a bit and provided them all the information for the jail. It was mentioned yesterday or it was mentioned on Tuesday in the budget hearings that we were uncooperative with CGL for the enforcement division. That is absolutely not factual. When CGL was here the last time to do the jail staffing study, we introduced them to the person who would be the point person for the enforcement. Never once has CGL contacted us again. I want to see the phase 1 custody work that's been done by CGL that's been going on, that was first proposed in 2017. I want to see the staffing study for the jail. I also want to see CGL move aggressively with a staffing study on our enforcement division. We have been unable, because of the lateness and because of the changing of the target, we've been unable to do any kind of an impact. In the memo written by Dr. Smith, he says, and this has to do with our non-custody positions, and as a reminder, we only have 15 deputies left. The comment is, it is the responsibility of the sheriff's office to deploy staffing in a manner that complies with legal statutory mandates. We cannot do that with 15 deputies for non-custody. I don't understand why this kind of a recommendation has been opposed on the sheriff's office. There was no communication with our office on what should be cut, and then these cuts are implemented. We are in a very difficult position right now where these are effective on Monday. Some of these positions are filled, plus we have to take all of the deputies that are assigned to unincorporated and move them into the vacant codes in all of our contracts. We're at a loss. We don't know what to do. And I think the only way the board can be aware of what's going on is to see both of those staffing studies, to see the position we're in right now.
Thank you, Sheriff Smith. Dr. Smith? Sorry.
So 2 Jeffs and 2 Smiths. Sorry
about that.
That's interesting.
She didn't turn around.
Well, I beg to differ with the sheriff. She was given a target back in June. It was clear what the target savings was. It was clear how to get that target savings. And the office did not come back with any reduction plan that even approximated that savings. We made it clear that all we could do from the OBA perspective was to focus on vacant positions, which we did. But as the board knows, and we just discussed with the DA, vacant positions can be filled at a moment's notice by the department. And so what happened is there was a lot of confusion going back and forth between the analysts about which positions were filled, which positions weren't filled. And that's why the number of the position numbers continued to change. This is a great example of how sharing information in departments is sometimes not a useful way to manage the expenditures that the department has. But all of the positions that are going to be eliminated are vacant. If they still have some that they've identified that they think are filled, we'll go back and flip the position so that the human doesn't leave the organization. It's not correct that they only have 15 patrol deputies. And so all I can say is we have a dramatically different opinion about what's going on.
Thank you, Jeff. Thanks. I appreciate that, Mike. I wanted to just go to my colleagues and see if there are any questions. And I'm going to start with Supervisor Cortese. See if there are any comments or questions.
I don't have a specific question on this, on really the discussion that's been happening around FTE right now. I have a general question, and then at some point, if we can come back, just under this general section of public safety, because I have a question about capital projects, which I don't want to throw everyone off with that one right now. I think maybe that should wait. But on the broader question, we got the information about the 27% of the budget that is recognized in cuts to the SO's office or the sheriff's office. Dr. Smith or Greg or whomever, what would have been the 2019-2020 percentage of all FTE that was represented in the sheriff's office? In other words, is that the discussion that led to us asking what is the percentage of cuts in the sheriff's office was a question about whether or not cuts are sort of overrepresented there or not. So I'm just looking for the percentage of the whole that the sheriff's department normally represents in terms of total FTE.
I can't give you that off the top of my head. Greg, can you find that real quick?
Yeah, we'll take a look and then we'll get back to the group after we see what that is.
I guess what you're asking for is out of the 22,000 employees, how many are in the Department of Corrections, the Sheriff's Department, and the Sheriff's contract budget units, right?
Yeah, relative to the whole. In other words, in the sort of in the vernacular, sometimes we say, hey, half of our total FTE is on the health and hospital side, which is a generalization, right? But I'm really looking for that number. What is the ratio of FTE in the sheriff's office to the total 22,000, either in numbers, or in dollars, right? Is it the percentage of our total object one? Is it currently running 27% of our total object one for the county, and therefore one statement that could be made to the public and to the sheriff is it was sort of cut proportionately to the number of dollars that are spent relative to the rest of our budget, or it was cut, we cut vacant positions there, 27% of our total vacant. I'm just looking for some kind of a ratio of the whole, if that makes sense. And however
I can give you what we were thinking when we came up with the numbers. First of all, out of the 22,000, we subtracted out all the non-general fund expenses because we were trying to solve a general fund ongoing problem.
Right.
Then we pointed towards, a third of the structural deficit as best we could figure out what the structural deficit was.
Right.
And we looked proportionately about 15% of all the costs. It ended up being about 15% of all the costs of those personnel. And we subtracted out the departments that you don't have on your target list because we didn't think we could actually take anything from finance, the assessor, some of the other departments that I mentioned earlier in the process.
Right.
That increased the percentage for the remainders up into the 22% range.
Okay.
Then we looked at the number of vacant positions in the departments and realized that the sheriff's department had a disproportionate ratio of vacant positions and has had a number of vacant positions for a long time. So everybody was in the same rough, percentage range. except there was some allocation for vacancies that were available to be cut because we wanted to focus on vacancies.
So I don't want to mischaracterize, but active listening, let's call it, and then you can correct me. It sounds like you, after you did all those subtractions and adjustments and pulled out the agencies that couldn't be cut so much, you needed to take about 22% of the rest. But the sheriff got up to 27% because they had a disproportionate share of vacant funded positions, which became the tool that you wanted to use to bring the overall budget down.
Yep.
Okay.
That's it.
Okay. And so I still want to know, does that 27%, what does it look like relative to the sheriff's prior year percentage of the total FTE of the county? And when I say total FTE, that would then include vacant funded positions, right? So, if you
we'll have to get you that.
If you took all positions, all funded positions last year, including vacant, what was the sheriff's department's share of that in a percentage? And if that was 24%, 25%, I'm probably gonna feel like, okay, that's pretty proportionate. Some of the people that want defunding are probably gonna say, well, you didn't do very much at all. You just proportionally cut the sheriff's department. The sheriff's probably gonna say you took too many of my funded vacant positions because I need to fill them. But I just want the number. I understand all the arguments. I'm just trying to get the number as sort of a place to ground myself. The percentage, I mean.
Yeah, through the president.
We'll have to
Actually, through the president, we got it. My staff was listening, active listening on their part too, and I got an email. So last year, so we're going back to last year, there's 21,085 FTE that were funded, and we calculated that there was 2,044 in the sheriff and DOC. So that's about 9.7%. Of course, that's percentage for all funds, not general fund or discretionary dollars or whatever, but perhaps that helps you. And then on object one,
well, wait a second. You can basically sort of double that if you take out all of the non-general fund. So that does put you in the 20% range.
You mean I don't understand what you're saying, Dr. Smith, and I'm not sure. I'm probably close to understanding what you're saying. When you say double that, what do you mean by that?
I mean that if you take away the portion of the entire employee population that doesn't rely upon the general fund, like roads and libraries and parks,
then the 21,085 would be a lower number.
Right.
Yeah.
And so that would make the percentage about twice, because the general fund is about roughly around a half of our total.
So in ballpark figures, if you had 11,000 general fund FTE last year, that's about half of the 21,085. And the sheriff's office had 2,044, did you say? They were at about 20, closing in on 20% of the general fund FTE last year. And then, of course, we're assuming that their 2,044 are all general fund. But unless you tell me that's drastically off, I'm going to go with that. So it sounds like one way or the other, we're about 7% disproportionate, but you're attributing about 5 of that to the sheriff's department. Your characterization, I'm open to hear what the sheriff has to say about that, but that they have historically had about 5% more vacant funded positions anyway. Now it's a little confusing here. Yeah, I can stop Supervisor Shelley.
You don't need to stop. I was just gonna ask if we could, Lori also wanted to respond to your question. So I
Sure.
wanted to let the sheriff and then let you go to your next question, if that was okay.
That was my only question for now, and I would just want to see where the rest of this conversation goes.
All right, super.
But I am happy to hear from her.
Thank you. Sheriff Smith?
Doing pretty general math right now. And I just want to really clear that the sheriff's office has many, many non-general fund positions. Our courts, our largest division, our contract cities, our parks, our VTAs. So we also have to be calculated into that. We're not all general fund.
Sorry, that doesn't make you non-general fund. That just means you have a revenue source.
All right, what I'm satisfied with the responses I've gotten so far. For my purposes, I was trying to get as close as we can for now. This is a little back of the envelope, but a little close as close as I could to seeing proportionality or not here, and I think I'm pretty clear on where the differential is. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Ellenberg?
I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Simitian? I don't think he.
I'm sorry, no comments or questions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You. Supervisor Wasserman?
Thank you. Just through you, please, I wanted confirmation from Dr. Smith that in this round of our budget, which precedes our November activity, that what is being proposed does not eliminate any individuals, any people.
Right. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you all for those questions and thoughts. I have a couple as well. I wanted to ask this question. I know that we had been pushing, prior to COVID-19 to finish some academies. And what I wanted to better understand is, and I can't remember if I read it or I was told this, do we have academies? Do we have academies that are in process or just completed? And if so, how many were in the correctional academy and how many in the sheriff's academy?
There was, if I may respond to that, Supervisor, certainly we knew that the county was going to be eliminating vacant positions. And unfortunately, all of the deputy sheriffs were not on the list of employee positions we could hire into. We continued doing our testing and hiring, and we had 30 deputies identified for the Enforcement Academy and 30 deputies identified for the Custody Academy. And we asked for an exemption on those to fill a lot of our deputy vacancies, and we were denied. The only positions that we were able to hire was out of the 30 for the Correctional Academy, we were able to hire 6. And out of the 30 for the enforcement, we were able to hire 6. And the reason is we had done conditional job offers for those 6 and 6 prior to the memo coming out on not being able to hire into certain positions. Of the 100, the memo that came out on you need exemptions to hire identified something like 155 different job classifications that you could hire into. And the only positions that were sheriff's office positions were custody support assistant and cook. So we argued at that time that we believed that deputy sheriffs were essential and were needed because we really wanted to fill our vacancies so we wouldn't be in the position we're in now. So we have 6 in each academy.
Thank you. Then the last, 2 more questions. One is, Dr. Smith, earlier today, you indicated that on average, the sheriff spends approximately $10 million a year on overtime. Is that accurate?
Greg, why don't you give her the numbers?
Sorry, could you repeat that question?
Wants to know the overtime the sheriff spends in patrol and
Corrections, yeah.
corrections.
All right, let me look for that. One moment, please.
I think I can find it here pretty quickly. Let me see.
Thank you.
If I lose you, I'll call back.
Well, don't hang. Oh, because you're using your computer. Don't do that. Sheriff Smith, could you let us know? Do you have mandatory overtime in the jails?
Yes, we've had mandatory overtime for a long time because when we have a vacancy and it's a post position, we have to actually fill it. It's not like a position where if they're not there that day, no one has to fill it. So we have had mandatory overtime. It is very difficult for our staff. We've been trying to fill the positions to get out from under the mandatory overtime.
Sheriff Smith, how many years have you had mandatory overtime?
Probably 2 years, maybe. That's just a guess. It might be longer than that.
And that's for both custody and patrol?
No,
or is that just custody?
Just custody.
Okay, so the 10. Go
I
ahead.
found it. I'll cast you the overtime issues. Let me find the casting button here.
Oh, now you are getting fancy.
At least I didn't get lost, you know.
Yeah, that's a good point.
So this is the numbers for since 2016. The first line is the original overtime budget, which was what got budgeted into the recommended budget year, you know, added in. Second line is the mid-year adjustment, which you can see is always higher. Third line is the actual at the end of the year utilized, and the overtime that was spent over budget is the fourth line, and the amount of contingency reserve fund that was required was here. So it's
that's super helpful. Thank you.
It's between the actual overtime budget between 34 and 25. What I was thinking about is the mid-year readjustments are around 10.
Oh, got it. Thank you.
I wasn't counting the original readjustment.
Yeah, that was a little confusing to me. I thought the number was higher too. Here's the point that I'm trying to better understand. Given the amount of money we end up spending or that is spent in overtime, my question is, why does it make more sense to have less employees to address this than it does to just keep paying overtime? I mean, I'm sorry, not being staffed properly. And in particular, I'm concerned about the mandatory overtime because, that is, as you know, it really strains people and the organization. I'm particularly worried about that in corrections, in part because of the programming and other things we were trying to do pre-COVID, Dr. Smith, and how all of that gets actualized post-COVID. And that's, so I'm wondering, as you all looked at the overtime budget, what are the implications for that overtime amount if we both remove these positions, remove the ability to hire, and then potentially even further down the pike, needing to do more in this area? I'm sorry, reductions.
Well, what we're looking at, if you look at the actual overtime over the 5 years that we have here, you can see the amount of overtime being utilized is increasing. It's increased by about $12 million over those 5 years. The basic takeaway there is that there's been an ineffective effort at hiring and substituting straight pay for overtime pay.
Yes.
And during this time, they added in additional mandatory overtime. So I agree with you. If there had been some significant reduction in the vacant positions over that period of time, we would say, go ahead, keep hiring people and, you know, get your overtime under control. But what's actually going on is the vacancies are staying, the overtime is going up, the cost is going up, and the only way that we can eliminate the expenditure is to eliminate the vacant positions, which then decreases this number at the far left, which is the budgeted overtime we can decrease. Because this is only overtime that's projected. The reason why it goes over budget is because they're using salary savings from unfilled positions. So this is really what we want to eliminate.
Well, but the problem is that presumes that the overtime is in large part, or at least 2/3 of it is unnecessary.
Right, and you have to factor in the fact that there are fewer inmates by a factor of 1/3 during this entire time period, and the violent crimes have gone down during this entire time period. So basically what you see is dramatic increases in cost at the same time that the service levels are going down, and a dramatic increase in overtime, which leads, you know, anyone to believe that we're not being very efficient here.
Well, Dr. Smith, let me just push back on this in two ways. One is that we have had a difficult time right-sizing both Main Jail and Elmwood, in part because of the physical structures of those facilities. And because of COVID-19, we have had to do more to separate people than to bring them together. So I just want to make sure I'm hearing what you're saying. What you're saying is that based on current trends, that you believe that that we're going to see a drop in overtime because of the number of people that we have in custody, that overtime will be eliminated by, and I'm presuming of the 37 million, that a majority of that is related to the jails. So let's say 2/3 of it is. You're saying you believe that we can be in the $12 million range for overtime heretofore because of the changes in the way that we're currently managing the jails and the changes we're making in policing.
What I'm saying is that the only way we can save money is by eliminating vacant positions or filled positions. Once the sheriff authorizes overtime, we have to pay the overtime, which is one of the major problems that we have with departments where there's a 24-hour operation and where there's a lot of discretion about schedules. So the only way that the board has any control over the sheriff's budget is to eliminate positions. You can't tell her where to staff people, how to staff them, when to use overtime, when not to use overtime, what posts to do, what posts not to do. And so this is a replica of Sheriff Winters getting in trouble with the board when Zoe Lofgren and others were on the board. And, they were all upset that his overtime budget was always out of whack.
So Dr. Smith, I'm going to ask you this again. You believe that based on the changes in trajectory, because there's two issues. I hear what you're saying. Well, I don't entirely I'm not sure I concur with exactly what you're saying relative to how the math works, but I'm trying to understand it. I just want to make sure that I understand that the $11 million that you're anticipating in overtime, you believe will be more easily met because we're eliminating a number of positions that aren't filled right now?
Yes, the positions that are filled right now are being worked more overtime than they need.
So right now, what you're saying is that we are paying people for overtime when we do not need those positions to actually be functioning. And we don't need to be paying that overtime. And we know that because
the level of service is going down and the cost and amount of overtime is going up.
So for the last 2 years, you're saying that there's been an over expenditure in overtime and that we have been paying people to do overtime that is not necessary.
Yes, and if you look at some of the individual deputies, you'll see that some of them are making twice their salary in overtime. Others are not. So that means that the overtime is being regulated not only in a non-equitable way, but in an unnecessary way. There's no reason why anybody should be making twice their salary because of overtime.
So then when you, in the final budget book, and I don't know the answer to this, so I'm asking you this, the savings that we're getting from the sheriff's department both come from positions and because you are capping overtime?
No, we're not capping overtime. We're removing the allocation for the positions, which has historically been used to pay the overtime. So that what we'll be able to do is allocate a fixed amount to Object 1, which is dedicated to overtime. If it needs to be more, needs to be less, that's fine. But
that's not what you're saying. You're not saying it's fine. What you're saying is that there's an abuse of it. And the reason I just want to be clear about this is that I want to understand that the expectation of the board, or that my expectation as a member of the board should be that we're going to cut down these positions, and by cutting down these positions, we're going to remove excess revenue from the sheriff's budget, and therefore that essentially we are capping the sheriff at $11 million for overtime if there's no other money within her budget.
Right. So if we have a cooperative sheriff, which we do, she's a very good sheriff, she'll arrange her staffing so that she can live within her means.
And we believe that, and I don't know the answer to this because I don't think I've ever seen it. We have, I guess what I'm concerned about is that constraining fewer people, to me, seems like that's going to force us into more forced overtime, which doesn't seem good for anybody particular in the jails. That's what my concern is, but I appreciate you answering my questions. Thanks, Dr. Smith. Sheriff Smith, I'm going to let you also respond, and then I'm going to go to Supervisor Wasserman.
Thank you. I'll be real brief. A couple of things. Number one, in my memo, I talk about the jail population being low and why I anticipate that there will be a spike in the jail population, and that it's artificially low now because we're pushing off a lot of sentences. And as far as comments on abuse of overtime, we're very judicious with it. Our employees don't want the level of overtime they have. And I get back to the staffing analysis. If we can get a copy of the CGL staffing analysis, I think that'll answer a lot of questions for us because they took a lot of time and did a real objective look. And I'd like CGL also to begin their staffing study of our enforcement division because we're in a very difficult position with these budget cuts in enforcement also. Thank you.
Thanks, Lori. Mike, I'm sorry, I apologize. Did I skip you?
No, ma'am. I just
Okay,
have my hand raised
no
officially
problem.
on Zoom
All right, got it.
to speak after you were done, and I
Go
thank you
ahead.
for the opportunity. I wanted to get clarification. One thing that's been very important for me over the years is, or are the academies, is getting qualified people into our academies. I love the fact, we've got a lower acceptance rate than Stanford. The people that come out of there are such exceptional people. And to me, that's the way that we fill our vacancies. And so through the chair, if I may, to Dr. Smith, I was concerned about what was being said earlier by the sheriff regarding her concern for the academies and the 6 people out of 30, the few number of graduates. And I'm concerned, Jeff, Dr. Smith, if what you're proposing will diminish the ability for us to hire all qualified graduates.
Well, it would probably diminish the ability to hire all qualified graduates, but it won't diminish the ability for us to backfill all retirements and hire some new people. So yes, I mean, we have a large number of retirees from the sheriff's department on a regular basis. They retire fairly young because it's a very difficult, a very challenging, very risky job. So there's a big turnover. So we should be able, with the new cadets, we should be able to hire into those positions and a few others, but we won't have a big, monopoly on everyone that's qualified, no.
Okay, and the reason I ask is over the years, we didn't have enough people in our academies. We've increased the number of academies. And over the years, we've talked about how difficult it is to hire people in general and the cost of living here. One way we can get the overtime down is if we have more people that graduate the academies that can fill those spots so people aren't working, 50 hours a week every week. I remember when deputies came to me originally and said, we're getting too much overtime. And I didn't know if the percentage was, 1.5 or 2 times for overtime, but I'm going, wait a minute, your check is doubled. What are you complaining about? Well, after enough time, you're missing your family and kids, and you also wear down. And so that's why I asked the question, Doctor, and thank you for your answer, because it's very important to me that if we get qualified applicants that go through our psychological and go through our academy and go through everything else and graduate, that we can find spots for them. And if we find spots for them, then we can reduce the overtime burden and costs on the other end. So just
let me try to
please
add a little bit more there.
Okay.
It's natural for all of us to believe that if there's a lot of overtime being worked, that if we hired more people, the overtime would go away, because that's the way we think of a 9 to 5, 40-hour-a-week job. Having run a hospital, been a doctor in a 24-hour operation like the sheriff's, that's not true. What decreases overtime in that kind of environment is the way you post your employees. If you have 10 posts that are 24/7, you're using 10 times 24/7 hours. If you have 5, you're using half the amount. If it's not how many bodies you have, it's how you spend the hours, which is why we've been looking for this staffing study, because we want experts to come in and tell us what's wrong, because for 10 years that I've been here, we've had the same argument: hire more people and the overtime will go down. And you can see the overtime's never gone down. As a matter of fact, it goes up even though we hire people. So it's a staffing issue, not a overtime issue, because it's not like a 9 to 5 job where the scope of the work is defined.
So you're saying, and I'll just conclude, Madam President, I don't want to use too much time. You're just saying that with the moves you've recommended and with the academy graduates we have, a reallotment, if you will, of positions will result in adequate coverage and reduced overtime?
Yes.
Well, I look forward to the study.
Yeah. Thank you, Madam.
So, thank you so much, Mike. I just wanted to bring one thing up about the staffing study, for my colleagues, just to refresh their memories on this, that there were two reasons. I mean, this was a request I made after the Blue Ribbon Commission. And one of the things I was most interested in was better understanding who we needed staffing the jails and what role that we needed in that environment, and also to determine whether or not it made sense to restructure the career ladder so that there was more flexibility with correctional officers and sheriffs and or rehabilitation officers, whether or not we needed more of those. I don't have an answer to any of that, but that was originally why we wanted the study. And I actually think the referral for that was probably, I don't know if it was really in 2017, it may have been as early as 2016. It took a really, really long time to get it moving. And I say that because I appreciate very much that that there were a lot of moving parts to it, and appreciate that it needed to be shepherded. But I can't emphasize enough how important that would have been to have done before we were having these conversations. And it's just a really significant concern. And I think the point that both the sheriff and Dr. Smith raised about the opportunity to better understand even the staffing levels is really a tremendous opportunity. So I'm hoping that study is going to come to us, this fall. This is now, it's a long time since then, over 3 years, and really probably over 4 years since I made the initial referral. So I'm hoping that comes to us before 2021 would be great. All right, are there any other questions on this part of the budget? Let me thank everyone. I wanted to just see if there were any concerns that folks had on probate. Susan, on this issue, on the sheriffs? No, okay. We want to go to probation. So I was going to see if Supervisor Cortese had any questions on this area. Supervisor Ellenberg or Dave, anything?
Yeah, I know that probation employees recently raised an issue about a critical position there. I'm not sure if Dr. Smith is aware of that and if there's any response to, the concern that's being brought forward.
Yeah, this was the CSEC position.
Yeah, I think I'll turn that over to Laura Garnett because it's an operational thing which I don't understand.
Hi.
Oh, Laura, you just put yourself on mute.
Yes, I did. I'm sorry. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, great. So if I could just spend a couple of minutes, or maybe even less than that, just kind of orienting you to what we're doing. So good afternoon, Madam President, board members, and administration. First of all, we fully value the efforts and successes of our commercially sexually exploited children's staff, our officers, and our partners. This rich interagency collaboration has experienced many successes over the past few years. Like others, we had to make difficult budget reduction recommendations. To be clear, we are not deleting this function. We are decentralizing it. We are incredibly lucky to have at least 2 probation officers who are experts in this area and are national trainers. One is a recently promoted juvenile manager, the other's the current PO in this position. Most, if not all, of our probation officers are trained due to this rich collaboration and internal expertise. We have also heard loud and clear the input from our partners and the community will mitigate the impact of this reduction. For example, 2 of the current vacancies would allow the current PO in this position, probation officer, to remain a single point of contact for our partner agencies. Decentralizing this position will allow for the staff to train, coach, and support implemented modalities and critical philosophy and policies. This will increase our capability to identify, support CSAC youth and their survivors. I'm happy to take any questions, and I just want to assure you that we are committed to this issue, and we will make sure that this population is cared for.
Thank you. Supervisor Cortese, did that respond to your question?
Kind of. Still not entirely clear as to why the focus. I guess, Chief, can you just respond to why you think the focus of attention kind of has narrowed into that particular position? I'm sort of lost to understand that from your comments.
Sure, Supervisor. We targeted probation officers who didn't have caseloads, who weren't, current case carrying probation officers. And we felt like, just honestly, because of the success of our staff, that we have really kind of infused this expertise within the division, and just really felt like we could keep the expertise within the division and within the county and with our partners, and still delete an FTE to, respond to the current budget crisis.
Okay, I understand more clearly now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Supervisor Ellenberg?
No comments on this item. Thanks, Chief Garnett.
Thank you.
Supervisor Simidian?
No comments or questions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Wasserman?
Oh, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you. I wanted to say how much, Chief Garnett, I've appreciated you, your staff, and just the leadership you all have played in a whole number of areas that I've been really, really excited and concerned about, excited to work on and concerned about how we support young people. The challenge that I have with the direction is that it took us such a long time to get these identified positions that could really focus on these very specific high need young people. And I think that, one of the things I've learned from you is that we really have to be thinking about the needs of these young people on a continuum, and having that leadership, that emphasis, and that focus on CSEC, and having somebody who could focus on that entirely is really a loss. And I appreciate that you and your staff would do whatever it takes to cover that loss, but I think it is in fact a loss, and I have a concern about it. I know that you have no good choices, and I know nobody's up here telling us these are the positions they want to cut. So I understand that, but I will just share with my colleagues that, the work we've done on human trafficking and really diving into the impacts for young people, the investments we're making through the Office of Gender-Based Violence are all really linked to how we infuse these cultures in our organization and how we're responding to them. And I thought one of the speakers said something really profound, which is that we're really taking young people and recognizing when they're victims or at risk of being victims instead of prosecuting them. And so I'm very uneasy about this, and appreciate and wanted to raise it with my colleagues, because I think this is a direction that I just think we have to keep our eyes open on this one. It's one of the reasons that I feel very concerned about supporting how the budget moves forward, because there are these initiatives, and what I don't want to see is the newer things that we're doing go away. And I know that's not what you're saying, Chief. I know you're really trying to keep it in there, but that's what my concern is. Supervisor Wasserman?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a quick question to the Chief, please, if I may. Chief Garnett, I know there's more and more people being released from prison. That may be the trend that's with us for a long time. It may change again in a couple of years. I don't know. You mentioned a kind of a decentralizing in a plan that you have. Do you feel, well, I guess you do feel, would you just confirm that with the increased number of people not being sent to prison, so that increased workload that falls on your personnel, to supervise and manage and help, that with what we have before us today, you'll be able to handle that in a way that you're comfortable feeling that you'll feel we're able to do a good job?
Yeah, thank you for that question, Supervisor Wasserman. Comfortable and feeling like I'm doing a good job, or maybe high aspirations right now. We don't know how, so the CSAC position we were talking about is on the juvenile side. I think you're talking about the issues on the adult side.
Yeah.
We are having unprecedented number of people released, and even more so now with the fires. And I have to tell you, no, I can't tell you with confidence. I don't sleep well at night, but I feel like we're doing the best we can. I think all of our partners are all in. I think we're collaborating super well. Our, partners at the Reentry Center and all of our justice partners and our social service partners are like totally right there. So, we're facing stuff that we've never faced before. And at this point, I don't feel like we're being decimated to a point that we can't manage that and manage it well. And if we were, I would say that. I think, we've cut some stuff we would really like to keep, and we can manage what we should be doing with public safety with what we have left, in my opinion.
Thank you for your candor and your optimism. And if I just may ask, why is it increased with the fires? What's the relationship there?
So because of some of the prisons being in areas that might be evacuated, then they will release those inmates more quickly.
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. Chief, and I'm not sure if this is for you or for Dr. Smith, but was the AB 109 probation officer included in those items that was going to be held over through the next year?
I can answer that. What we did with all the AB 109 is basically backfilled until, as I told you, later on in the year. And the way it shows up on the balance sheets or the tallies is that the contracts have, a reversal of the previous action, and the positions in the salary ordinance, the termination of the positions is extended so that it will not happen until after that time period when we reassess. So
that includes the probation officer, the AB 109
yes,
probation officer.
right,
Okay,
right.
Thank you.
So they don't, that is in the salary ordinance. So you can't really tell if you just look at the tallies.
So it's in the, meaning that it's being
date of
cut or it's
termination.
being protected?
It's being protected.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. All right, behavioral health. Were there any issues that folks wanted to raise on behavioral health? I'll start with Dave and then go to Susan.
None at this moment, thank you.
Thank you. Susan?
Yeah, thank you very much. The revisions deleted 2 vacant outreach workers to fund a program manager to work with the behavioral health on alternative response models. The behavioral health in public comment called for this to be filled within the next 60 days. Just wanted to call that piece out as something that I think is in the works. Despite the comments from all 5 of us on Tuesday, where I felt that we had some pretty good unity resisting cuts to behavioral health, there's still $1.8 million in cuts to behavioral health that are separate from the AB 109 items that will now have to be handled separately. And if we're talking again about shifting resources to community-based and preventative strategies and away from a law enforcement model, we really need to invest in those supports. And I would like to make an ask that we do find that 1.8 million, the amount of reductions from the behavioral health contracts and the positions in this revised budget, perhaps designated if this will work. And Dr. Smith, I'm happy to hear about mechanisms, designated for a reserve within the state and federal impacts reserve to be retained to fund new community mental health strategies to prevent engagement with the criminal justice system. And this is a similar approach to how the portion of the employee impact reserve was segregated hours ago now for the Juneteenth reserve. I wanted to make one other comment. We still have $500,000 in permanent supportive housing contracts that are cut that also concern me. So I'm happy to hear your input, Dr. Smith, on any more that we can do here.
Dr. Smith.
Yes. Maybe I should let Sherry tell you about her strategies for what she recommended. This was definitely a proposal that was totally consistent with what the department recommended. Sherry, can you?
Sure. Good evening, Board President Chavez and members of the Board of Supervisors and Administration. Sherry Terrell with Behavioral Health. As stated earlier by Dr. Smith in his summary of the revised recommendations, Behavioral Health proposed to put forward several vacant positions. There is a request to do an add delete of 2 community workers to add a program manager, which we believe really supports the county's preventative efforts to identify and support individuals with behavioral health conditions that would really be better served through the behavioral health system rather than the criminal justice system. In addition, we're placing an additional 8.5 FTE, which are again vacant codes, which we believe helps to reduce the impact to the county general fund, but at the same time, still consistently provides adequate services within our department and within our network of care. We provided some additional information in the memo, which highlights the remaining vacancies against each of those codes. And we're hoping that there's some level of understanding that even though we are placing these vacant codes forward for deletion, we believe that we still have adequate remaining vacancies, which ensures adequate coverage of our service delivery network during this time.
I appreciate hearing that. It's somewhat reassuring. Can you tell me anything more about the mobile health crisis?
Sure. I mean, I think there's a
positions.
there's a real interest in continuing the conversations with the community about our alternatives in response to supporting individuals who may in fact have a mental health crisis in the community. And so the idea behind this position would be one, to continue to support a community mobile response approach, gather community input, as well as continue to provide supervision and oversight of existing county operated mobile response teams. As was shared through the hearings, there is an interest in looking at the opportunities around community mobile response. And so this particular position would in fact help advance some of that work that we believe would be important to continue to do research in this area.
Okay, I would really strongly support that. I think it's a terrific model, and I think it would go a long way toward helping us fill those positions. I know that our own determined qualifications have made it very hard to fill them. So I appreciate hearing that, Sherry, and you give me a little bit of comfort. So thank you for that.
Sure.
Madam
Dr. Smith is
Supervisor, I just put up the spreadsheet, and when Sherry came to me with these proposals, I found some comfort in the fact that you can see that there are a number of vacancies remaining in each of the codes that she's suggesting, 8, 28, 26, 11, 20. So certainly there's more opportunity to hire there and provide more services. And the reductions that she's suggesting are pretty small. So in my simplistic mind, I trusted her. but I think she's doing a great job. She's really one of our star department heads.
All right, let's make sure she's well-funded and can take care of our community. We all know that there's tremendous need.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Supervisor Ellenberg. Supervisor Simidian, any comments on this section?
No comments, no questions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Wasserman?
No, thank you. Good coverage by Supervisor Ellenberg.
Thank you. Just a couple of observations I wanted to make. I really appreciate really appreciate the perspective that Dr. Smith just shared. I do want to reinforce the issue around mobile crisis, and that one of the issues that Supervisor Ellenberg raised, I think it feels like it's been a long time, but I think it might have been the beginning of the week, was around how the budget reflected our eye to addressing COVID. And I want to overlay that with our lens on equity, both relative to race and economic equity. And when I look at the mobile crisis unit, I think to me, that's kind of top of the heap in terms of how we really address that. So one of the issues that I want to raise is that I would like a report back to the full board in a month to better understand if that position has been filled, and if it hasn't been filled, what's the plan for providing this service? Because there's a high need for this service, and I recognize that these are hard to fill positions. I think that would help me understand, or help me just sort of focus on what we most need to get done in terms of emergency needs. And I'm wondering if Dr. Smith or Sherry, if either one of you could give a reflection on that.
I think that Sherry would be happy to do another report back, because I know that the board and all of us are very concerned about behavioral health and the behavioral health of the community. And just like the board has said, I totally agree that behavioral health issues are probably the root issues that concern many of our clients, along with poverty. And so we really have to put effort into making sure that they get good care. And I think we have a really good behavioral health department. So I'm sure Sherry will give you a report back.
Great.
Supervisor Chavez, I'd be happy to provide the report back.
Great. And if we can't fill the position, that there's a plan, an alternative plan is fine. I just want to make sure that there's a plan.
Sure.
Thank you.
Be sure to address that.
Thank you. Are there any other questions on this section or comments? So these were the sections I found that you all raised questions about, or that I did. Is there anything else that we want to make sure we discuss today? Supervisor Cortese, you made mention of capital relative to custody, I think.
Exactly. I'm just, through this budget process and listening to all the testimony and, recalling what even this mental health discussion, behavioral health discussion that we're having right now, and, my kind of entire Gestalt experience here, if you want to put it that way, from George Floyd all the way up to this point right here. I just want to inquire, now that this item isn't per se on the agenda, but the funding part of it is, of course, it's all part of the budget. The Main Jail South, have we really committed to looking at the possibility that Main Jail South is just reimagined as completely a behavioral health center rather than the custody facility that we were originally intending to put there? We don't have the state grant anymore in terms of strings attached to how we use the facility. I know it came before the board. That all came before the board, and because I think there's obviously a connection to budget and to these other issue areas, and this prospective restructuring, significant restructuring that we could take on, shifting more to the behavioral health side and that kind of intervention rather than strictly enforcement and custody. Dr. Smith, maybe you could just respond. Where are we at from when I say we, where are you at in terms of your thinking on that, or what you intend to bring back to the board? And would it help to have some direction from the board today as to, looking at an option of 100% behavioral health on that site?
Well, that's a great question. And staff has been bouncing around some thoughts in a similar mode. I think, we're pretty much committed that it has to be a jail, but there are some options we could consider for, jail mental health and expansion of the mental health services there. And what I was intending before COVID happened was to come back to the board with another study session to discuss that. Remember we had, the board made the decision, gosh, I hardly even remember time, but it was in the late fall to not take the 80 million from the state. And at that point, that gives us a little bit more flexibility. So I do think that it would be appropriate for us to come back to the board with a little bit more of a workshop model of just exploring what options we might have, how we might rethink it, what physically could be done, what couldn't be done, those kinds of things. So I would certainly appreciate the direction to come back in the fall after budget's done and be able to rethink it.
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair, I just think besides my own intrigue about, what happened, the world that we're in now is so much different than it was 5 or 6 months ago in so many different ways, right? Even in terms of our jail census and, and then again, tying back some of the testimony that we've heard, so much of it today about, what can we do to make a shift from enforcement to, what DBUG is talking about, what a lot of people are talking about, including all of us to some level or another. I just think it would be great. And I'd like to, I don't know if it requires a motion, but I'd certainly like to call for us coming back, or you coming back as soon as possible, certainly before the end of this calendar year. I didn't catch when you said you were planning to come back, Dr. Smith, but before the end of the calendar year with at least an option that reconfigures everything in such a way that whatever's still a jail remains a jail, but that what was going to be Main Jail South ends up being a state-of-the-art behavioral health facility, whether that's completely inpatient or whether it's part inpatient and part step down or whatever. I mean, I think we'd have to look at all that. But it's certainly opportune right now to look at it. And I think it keeps faith with a community out there that's basically saying, what can you do? What could you do? What's possible? And I think it's plausible, and it's in the realm of possibility. Obviously not having looked at the number crunching yet, that's what we would have to do. But I'd be happy to just, I don't know where we are procedurally in terms of parliamentary procedure. I mean, happy to make it as a motion, or happy to just see if there's a consensus.
Yeah, I think, do people feel okay about that as a direction?
If a motion is appropriate, I would heartily second it.
I'm not sure we need a motion, but if we do, maybe why don't we just go ahead? Supervisor Cortez's made a motion. Supervisor Ellenberg has seconded it. Discussion on the motion.
Can I
just say I'm happy to make it as a referral. That's just an add-on to the budget, because obviously it's not a budget item per se.
Yeah, maybe that's a good way to do it, and we'll ask. I mean, I think staff has heard what we want to do. So we have some hands up. So I'm going to go from Dave. Susan, did you have any comments on this idea?
I strongly support it. I think we should absolutely be looking at this, and I think we should be looking at mental health facilities outside of the context of incarceration, not expanding mental health within the jail, but creating a separate system and facility.
Thank you. I see that James, we're not making a motion, so do you still need to weigh in? Oh, I guess we did make a motion. Go ahead, James.
Yeah, I just wanted to just mention so that it's not lost in the context, one factor that just will have to be in the mix when this comes back and it's appropriate for it to be addressed then, is I did just want to mention one of the consent decrees, the way it's currently configured does involve that facility. And I didn't want the board to forget about that. That's all.
Got it. Thank you so much. I'm going to go to Dr. Smith and then I'm going to go to Supervisor Simitian. Dr. Smith?
Yeah, I'm back having troubles. I was born before computers were invented. The plan I think we could reasonably do would be to come back sometime in October and, I'd ask the board to set aside a couple of hours on the agenda so that we could go through our options. We converted to design build, and because we don't take the money from Sacramento, I do think we have some options, but might not be all the options we have, but we do have some.
Thank you. Supervisor Simitian?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was going to make the same observation that I think Mr. Williams did about the fact that some of these issues are addressed by the consent decree. So we need to integrate that exercise into this conversation. I want to reiterate the concern I've expressed previously about the need for mental health services specifically at the main jail. I want to call that out as an important need. And I also wanted to say that after we take action on this item, if the time is right, I am prepared to offer motions on item 155 and its component parts. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll come back to you. Supervisor Wasserman?
Thank
Did you
you.
have comments on this section?
Yes,
On this concept?
just very quickly, in my 10 years here, I've seen 3 different designs for our new jail that's going to be built open sometime after I'm gone. And I agree with the consent decree and what was said earlier by James. Thank you.
Yes, yeah, James, thank you so much for raising that. I just want to raise 2 other issues in addition to the consent decree. I think it's really important for us to understand that one of the places that we spend a lot of money is on transportation to and from the courts. And so the one request I would make, Dr. Smith, is that when the discussion comes to the full board, if it's appropriate to have somebody who is in administration at the courts participate in the discussion, because I think that will have implications on options. I don't know if that's something that you're concerned with also.
Yeah, that's a good point.
The last thing I wanted to say on that item is that, I wanted to say that part of the reason we wanted the staffing study was we thought the staffing study could actually inform even the physical infrastructure of the courts, of the jails. And I want to raise that because I do think it aligns with some of the direction we have in the consent decree also. So with that, we don't need a motion on that. We're all just saying, good, we'll see you in October on that subject matter. And great. All right, so now this is our final action, and this is, we're on item 155A through E. I know we've had a couple people that are in the attendee bucket putting their hands up, but we've already heard from the public. So now this is time for the board to take action. And I'm going to turn to Supervisor Simitian as he's asked to make this motion.
Move approval of item 155A as amended and supplemented by the memo from Dr. Smith dated August 21st, 2020, and by any additional direction from our board earlier this afternoon.
You're just taking A and not all of them together, Supervisor? Oh, I'm sorry. We can't hear you.
Let me see if I can get a little more bandwidth. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Thank you. I didn't want to presuppose that everybody was in the same place on all items, but if there's if you want to ask the board, I'm happy to do it either way, Madam Chair.
Oh, that's fine. I didn't know if I couldn't hear you with the Supervisors Committee, and that's why I asked. But if it's 55A, then we will ask for if are there any comments on 55A? Seeing none, then I'm going to ask for Supervisor Wasserman.
Thank you. Just clarification, because of all the paperwork I've got on my desk. Is this on the DAs alone, or is this DA, Sheriff, Probation, Behavioral Health?
This is on all of the budget.
So A through E.
Yeah, he said no. What Supervisor Simedian's offered is 55A, and A is the entire budget, and then it's really not distinct from B, C, and D, because once we adopt A, essentially we're saying we agree with B, C, D, and E, really.
Okay.
So we could take it all in one fell swoop.
Madam President.
Yes, sir.
They're all connected, like you say. You really should take them all in one fell swoop, because you can't piece them apart without.
Because once you vote yes on one, essentially it presumes you're voting yes on all of them.
Right.
Supervisor Simedian?
Not a problem for me, Madam Chair.
Okay, so we have a motion for all items under 55, and that's A through E. And do we have a second? Oh, second from Supervisor Wasserman and
Sorry,
a blue hand.
I need clarification from council when appropriate.
Well, if it impacts you now, we're going to get it now. James, go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to be supporting administration's votes in each of the things, except regarding the DA. I think I have a different opinion than many of my fellow soups may have. I don't know, but I just wanted to know from the comment that was just made by Dr. Smith, am I able to say aye on everything except I disagree with administration's recommendation regarding the DA?
No, but you can have that noted in the record, just as you stated.
Okay, so my vote.
But it's one balanced budget.
Okay, so my vote is a yes with that noted.
Yes.
So, okay.
Thank you.
Thanks. So we have a motion and a second from Supervisor Wasserman. Any more discussion on the motion?
Yes.
Supervisor Cortese?
Yeah, specific question, and it just goes back to one of the items we were discussing, one FTE. And I know I've been through this for 11 years, so I should know the answer to it. But Dr. Smith, or Greg, if we wanted to put the CSEC FTE back in the probation department, where would that have to? How would that have to be done in terms of balancing the budget? Would there have to be further direction now to take that from reserve, or what's the short answer?
Excuse me. I don't think I have COVID, but the short answer is that since this is really a operational issue, the classifications are not defined specifically as doing a particular job. It's the definition of what the job duties have been. That the recommendation I would have would be to move ahead with the budget as decided, and we can do an add delete administratively after the budget's approved to make sure that there's a single point of contact for that group.
Supervisor, I don't know if Supervisor Simedian and the second are willing to include that in the motion, or are you saying, Dr. Smith, it shouldn't even be part of the motion?
No, I wouldn't make it part of the motion. Maybe I should be more specific. What it would do is it would mean that we would identify another vacant position in the office in the probation department, and move the incumbent to that position.
That's already what's being planned, Dr. Smith. What's
I
different
mean,
about?
one more,
What's that?
one more. I'm saying one more, but you don't have to do it because it could be done administratively. It'd be an administrative add delete. Because if you try to do it now, basically it blows up the entire budget.
Is it something that we could just bring back to committee as acknowledged that
Yes.
you found a way to do it so we don't have to deal with it in this moment and mess up the letter that the board president has signed in the motion that's been made?
Yes, we can come back to you with a report in committee.
Yeah, I'm happy to have it in operations or PS&J, whatever is appropriate, if that's okay. I just would like that to be, I would like to keep a placeholder in that issue and be able to come back and finish the discussion on it with you, Dr. Smith. The committee is fine with me. I'd be fine having to come back to my committee, and if the PSJ chair wants it there, that's fine too.
And I'm going to go to the maker of the motion, which was Supervisor Simitian.
I believe, thank you, Madam Chair. I believe, and I just want to confirm it with my colleagues, that Supervisor Cortese has asked for a commitment from the county executive. The county executive has made the commitment and said he'll not only take the action requested, but bring it back through committee. Dr. Smith, is that a correct understanding on my part?
That's my understanding.
And let me just ask.
You're approving the budget as it's proposed, and there's a commitment from me to work with the probation officer to do an appropriate add delete.
And I guess the question I would ask, Madam Chair, is that acceptable to Supervisor Cortese, who's raised this issue?
Yes.
Or does he? Okay.
Yes.
Then, thank you. Then I believe my motion to approve item 155A through E can stand as made.
And Supervisor Wasserman is comfortable with that. All right, so we have a motion.
I just want to speak briefly to the motion, Madam Chair. There were a number of times where I did not weigh in today as we went on A, B, C, D, and E. I said no comments or questions. I was, however, disconcerted that we had so many cases where there was such strongly held about what the facts were. And so what I'd like to ask is that all parties, and I mean all parties, do their level best when we come back to this exercise again in November and February, however strongly held their feelings are and whatever differences of opinion there may be, to at least see if they can come to us with a clear understanding of what the facts on the ground are. I think that will make a difficult task both easier and fairer all around. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Ellenberg, did you have any comments? Nobody else had any comments? Okay. So first of all, I want to thank the maker and the seconder of the motion. And it is exactly because of the differences of opinion and finding ourselves today with an up or down vote that they really was very difficult, or would have been difficult to massage. Actually, I've been told impossible, that I won't be supporting the budget. In general, when people do hard things, I like to support their efforts. I know the staff is doing very, very hard work, but the amount of differences of opinion and frankly, the taking a look at the budget without taking the cumulative action we took in June and not taking a deep dive into the budget right now, particularly as we're laying the foundation for more cuts and more changes, really has me concerned. And the second thing that has me concerned is that I really want to make sure that we're thinking about the priority initiatives within each department, that we're looking at what we had in motion, because what I'm fearful of is the positions that are most difficult to fill are the ones that get cut, and some of those we really need. I'm concerned about how we prioritize the issues and initiatives that the board has brought forward. I'm concerned about how the changes we're making in our budget are going to impact our COVID-19 fight and other emergencies. And that's part of the reason I don't think we have a choice but to bring back the discussion around fire. I think we're going to have to make some changes to our budget, even related to that. The reason I said I feel uncomfortable is when, like I said, when people have hard discussions and they make tough choices, I usually like to be there, even if I don't agree. But I don't know another way to make sure that the leadership of the organization sees that the concerns I have are deep and they really relate to the long-term health and vitality of the county as a whole. And because of that, I will be a no vote. I'm now going to ask for a roll call, please.
Supervisor Ellenberg,
Yes.
Supervisor Simidian,
Simidian, aye.
Supervisor Cortese,
Aye.
Vice President Wasserman,
Yes.
President Chavez.
No. So with that, I do want to give a very sincere thank you. I know it's 7:15 and people are busy fighting wildfires, and some of you this has impacted dramatically and directly, and you've been here with us today. I want to say a very special thank you to you, wishing all of your families health and safety, and thank you for the service you provide to all of us. Remember, as Dr. Cody says, wear your mask, don't touch your face, wash your hands frequently, and wipe down surfaces. Have a great weekend, everybody. Thank you.